day like cleaning the house,
Yeah.
and I overdid it.
But sometimes it's good. Hey, sometimes it's
Mm.
therapeutic. Sometimes it just does what it needs to do. It's not for every weekend or every
Wah.
spare moment you've got, but sometimes it really
Mm,
is your soul. So,
yeah.
yeah.
So hello, cool gamer. It's the first time I'm seeing you on my channel. Welcome.
Hi.
I'm like I'm reading Ray Barra today because I was in the like mood for fantasy, and yeah,
I love the picture you posted actually on Instagram. Where were you? That cliff like
I
waterfalls.
was in Graskop. That was actually like a month ago.
Oh, it's a very nice view. I
Like
loved it.
after like I took a after I posted the picture, I'm like, oh, I'm actually missing that place. Like it was
Yeah,
actually very nice.
it looks
It's in
very
Graskop, yeah. It's
oh,
a what do they call it? Airlift gorge or something like that. So you can like do um a big swing. They call it a big swing, which is something that I
oh.
would never do. You
Is it
just
kind of
drop.
like zip lining?
Hey,
Is it like zip lining?
no. So there was zip lining, but then there was the big swing. So you like get tied up. You stand on the edge of the cliff. That cliff where you saw that picture. You stand at the edge of the cliff and you fall backward,
Oh no,
and
no,
you
no,
literally just
thank you.
swing back and forth. The view
No,
is really beautiful as you're swinging, but I would never do it.
no,
My
thank you very much. I'd also
my
never do.
husband is no, like I will save my heart.
I'm not
I'm
even an
not doing it.
adrenaline junkie. Like I don't get those kind of things. I can't be involved. No,
Me neither.
no,
Mm.
absolutely
So
not.
yeah, I'm gonna be reading Ray Barra. I'm like on page 46 now. There's a
Okay.
couple of books that are on my radar for this long weekend,
Mm, mm.
and we will pick as the mood
Yeah,
changes.
that's the thing.
Because
I've also got Children of the Horror here with me because if my mood
yeah,
changes, at least I've got that.
I still have Black Cake that I have not picked up
Have you
since
been
last
nibbling
week.
on it? Have you been
I,
nibbling on it at least, or did you?
not since not since last week. No, I've got the fourth volume of
Heartstopper.
Heartstopper.
Oh, you finished volume three. Good on
I finished
you.
volume three.
Okay,
It was
that's good.
good. It went by quickly. I
That's
still have Take a Hint, Danny Brown, and then I have a new one, The Revelry, which is a fantasy about witches, I think,
okay.
but it also looks like a quick read.
Is it
So
middle grade?
I think it's YA.
Okay.
They don't give us like an age. I don't know, but I think it's YA. I'm making that some because I don't even know what it's about. It just landed at my doorstep.
Okay. I like the cover. I like the
The
cover. I
cover
like
is yeah,
yeah.
the cover is really really nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi Vina. Vina, I'm not serious. Hey, I'm still on Black Cake, Vina. And now it's worse because like that deadline has passed, ne? Of having the discussion. So now I'm just like cruising with it because I stopped last week because I got mad at Mr. Lin and then I needed to put it down. So now it's still there, and now I'm in the mood for fantasy, so that's why I've got like Ray Barra in my hands.
Mm.
I don't even have my what do you call it? I don't even have my my timer thing set up.
Oh, okay. But I
My
think we've
my
only been
my
on for less than 5 minutes, so
yeah. I just want to get it ready because I want to start like the what is it? The sprint at about 6:15
okay.
because I want to do them like Pomodoro style. But yeah, how's your week been?
It was a very trying week. Like, listen, by the time it was Monday, I was like, oh my god, not another work week. So I was, I was pushing myself to Thursday, and obviously, when weeks are like that, it all comes piling down. It's like,
It
oh,
does.
feel my mood, so you must make it worse, you know? But otherwise, I'm just happy that today I got to sleep in, I got to nap,
Mm.
I don't get to do often. So I was grateful for that. And as you can see, the minions are not acting, well, they're acting like kids, I suppose.
Yeah, they're acting like kids.
No
So it's
escaping.
all good.
Yeah,
As long
yeah.
as there's no tantrums and crying and
Yes,
all that,
that's all that matters. I suppose
we're
she.
all good.
So like
What
I
is
was saying,
everybody?
I picked up the third book in the Brown Sister trilogy, so that's what I'm reading. I've just started it. I'm on page 30. And then
Yeah,
just for backup, in case I don't feel like the romance and Talia's writing, etc., I've got this chunker again, but I'm on the last book now. It's called Into
you
Darkness book. So I'm still
you went
reading.
by quickly.
Yeah, but then I think the first four are almost like novellas. They're quite quick, especially if you're now going to listen at a certain speed. They go by
Yeah,
quite quick. The last one is a little bit longer, but I've
yeah.
just started it. But I feel like it's also going to be quick in the way in which it's written, but
Mm.
it's a little bit longer than the others. I'm hoping it's the last book in the series. Like, I'd be hacked if I've got this compact volume of all five, and then the
And
author
then there's
decides
two
that they're
more.
gonna be a book six and a book book six and a book seven. I will not be understanding. Okay, so I'm hoping that
Mm.
otherwise it's an enjoyable series. I absolutely love what
But
I've.
it's nice that everything is like sitting in one book. You can just
Yeah,
go
yeah,
from
yeah.
one literally to
Exactly.
the
And
next.
like I was saying with scripts, likely you can, if you don't want to carry that chunker, they've got the
Mm.
different books on there, right? So
Yeah.
you can
Yes, because I
also,
actually downloaded them on Script.
it's
Yes,
quite
Baba.
fun.
Mm.
It's really, really fun. Like I've
Yeah.
enjoyed it, and it's really like focused on one thing. If you get what I'm trying to say, it's not really the couple there is already married, so there's no romantic story. They're really just focused on saving this land and what it is that they bring to the table to be able to save
Yeah.
it, you know. So
Mm. Okay. That's cool. Yes. Okay, Babas. Ish, I'm having conversations here on the side with my daughter.
me, I'm trying to stop people here as well, but I don't think I'm gonna win tonight. But it's fine. Okay, it's one of those.
Because I let her take like a very, very long bath, which
Yeah.
is the reason why like I came in like a little bit. So I'm just trying to get this lighting to be a little bit more.
Okay.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
But I put it in the tub and she was there for like an hour. And I'm like, yeah, this child is going to fall asleep when she's
Pass
done.
out in your hopes.
There she is, awake,
This is
watching
screaming.
a movie. You're watching a movie,
Yeah.
narrating to me what's happening in the movie.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
is
because you know,
everybody in our comments reading? Just let us know. This is gonna be like really, really chilled reading sprints. I don't even know how long I'm gonna sprint for. I guess until I get tired and I
yeah,
start to fall asleep, I'll
it's
stop.
gonna be one of those nights.
But because I
I might
spend the
to
no,
prepare
that's
dinner. I'm definitely gonna come back. I'm probably gonna relocate to my room as well so that they can have the lounge if this is how they're behaving. I'm gonna
yeah.
some separation. So
Mm,
maybe after I prepared dinner, I'm gonna go to my room and pick it up from there. But I'm probably
okay.
gonna read for the first sprint and then disappear and then come back.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I spend like the day being busy, so now the evening is mine. that's that's what I told myself. The
Yeah,
evening
yeah,
is mine, and I just want to read. Like if I can get to what, maybe page. If I can get to like part three
is
of
that how
Ray Bear,
is
which
that
is
how
hey,
is that halfway?
it's like basically halfway. If I
Okay,
get, I'll be happy. If I
okay.
can read more, even better, because it's quite an interesting story.
How's,
Like I'm
how's
still,
it going so far? I've seen that one. I've been wailing it, but I'm like, I'm not too sure what it's about actually.
I also don't know what it's about, but I've been
Okay.
subawarding because everybody said it's good. But already, like in the first chapter, like the premise in the first chapter makes you want to read more and be like, okay, this sounds interesting. What's gonna happen? So I have no idea. I have no idea what's going
That's
on. I'm
always fun
figuring
though.
it out.
That's always
Hey,
fun.
that's
It's
always
always
fun. And
fun.
um, at first, like if you read a lot of fantasy, you know that when you come from one fantasy to another, like you read one fantasy book and it's like five, six, seven, 800 pages. You gotten used to that magic system and how the writing is, and now your mind is there, and then
Yeah.
you start a new one and you're like, wait, now I must forget what I just read,
What you just
and
read. And sometimes they're pretty similar. So it's hard for like to make that, oh, this is the wrong world. I'm applying this to the wrong
mm.
world thing.
So
Yeah.
this one is very different because I've been listening to A Court of Wings and Ruin by Sarah J. Maas, but I got the physical copy. It is sitting there in its pinkness. Ish. I had to
So
pause.
this
I
is
had to
why I said
pause.
to you, the way that you've been tempting me with Sarah, what I'm going to this is literally what I'm going to do. I'm going to listen to the books on audio.
Listen to the
If I
audiobooks.
like them, I'll buy them because I know that the books that I like, even if it takes like 4 years, I'm probably going to reread at some point. So
Yeah.
if I like them, I'll buy the physical copy so that I have them on my shelf. But chances are high
Mm.
that I'm going to listen.
No, like
Because
try the
I'm having
audiobook.
FOMO by the way that you speak about her writing, because I've never read anything from her. So
Eh,
I'm like,
it's
nah, I'm
good.
gonna
It's
read
good.
this.
Like the first book is a little bit slow,
Okay.
but then kind of like halfway through it's the action starts. Book
Okay.
two was really really good, and I'm at a point where I'm like, should I reread book two before getting into book three? By the way, I'm halfway through book three on audiobook. But
So
because
what
she's
do you even
connected,
need before I get into you there already?
I'm there already. But the problem is I took such a long gap
Mm,
that the things that she's talking about in book three are also very connected to the things that happened in book two. And I'm
mm,
like, wait, Konje, what is that? Who is
mm.
that? Like, what's
So
happening?
that's
Like,
my
maybe I
thing.
need I need a background. So it's either
That's
I'm
my
gonna
thing.
re-listen to book two, or I'm gonna look for a spoiler review for
Yeah.
book two and
Okay,
then
that
watch
makes
that,
yeah.
and then
Because
at
that's
least
what I
it's
was saying with series. I feel like if I'm gonna read, I'm going to commit, unless obviously you bore me, right? If you bore me, then you bore
mm,
me, then we move on.
yeah.
But the thing with series is that I need to read them back to back. Like I can't take a break.
Hmm. Yo, it's hard. Taking a break is hard because now, especially with Sarah J. Maas, like what I've noticed now with A Court of Thorns and Roses, as well as Crescent City, is that her books are very much related, even to
Mm,
a point where Crescent City is almost like going into A Court of Thorns and Roses, and watching other people's videos. It's like it even goes Throne of Glass, a series that I don't even think I want to go into. But
that's it.
like it's like
How
she
is she?
links.
Have you read Cassandra Clare? Is it Cassandra Clare? Because
I
I know that
haven't.
when I heard about her, I heard about her at the same time as Sarah J. Maas, and somehow I feel like
Same.
they're compared or they're pretty similar or whatever the case is.
That's my expectation as well. I have a Chain of Gold and Chain of Iron sitting there with its chunk. I don't know when. I don't know when I'm gonna read it. Like I
As
feel
long
like
as it's fair.
if I can get through my April TBR by the end of next week, I might pick up Chain of Gold because I feel like I would have gotten through my the books that I needed to read for this month. Then I will spend the rest of April reading Chain of Gold.
Okay. Okay. I,
But yeah,
I hear
I
you.
don't
It's
know. And
one
I
of
tried
the
watching
fair.
the series on Netflix to try and give myself like a background, the Shadow Hunters or something like that. But it's too teenage y.
Uh, and you might
So
find that
my
it was just the producer's interpretation. It might not be so bad.
yeah, but I don't want to go back to read like the other books. So I want to just start with Chain of Gold and see how I feel. But I've been buying so many fantasy books that like I don't even know where to go. Like I've had Ray Bear for probably like 2 3 months now, and I thought as soon as I buy it, I'm gonna read it,
You're gonna
and
read
only
it.
now I'm picking it up. But yeah, let's see what everybody's saying. Oh, Vina saying he's
Oh
missing
God,
the
give me
stage.
16 or 17,
As a
please.
meeting, that's a grown up.
I want
A
that age.
grown up.
No, I want that age. age. Like sometimes I feel like I'm tired of talking. Like I'm tired of saying no, stop. I'm tired.
And then they still ask you the same thing, like you didn't say no.
No, exactly.
And you're like,
Exactly.
my answer is still the same. My answer has not
Exactly.
changed.
Exactly.
Uh, Vina's reading The Wanderers. Yes, I still have The Wanderers,
I
and
don't
I still
know.
have Will.
I just saw
I
that. You know those. What's the guy's name? Is it McG? I just saw that he interviewed Will actually a few weeks ago. You know that podcast that
Is
everybody's always
it?
talking about, where that guy's always interviewing these celebrities. I'm sure
Mm.
you. Yeah. So
I've seen McG.
yeah, it turns
I
out to
feel
be
like
like.
he's
Mhm.
actually gotten like really far. Like
Yeah.
when I started watching him, I feel like he was doing what? How can I say it? Almost like entertainment news, like asking people about like the scandalous things. But
Mhm.
now I feel like the conversations are becoming more
That's
like
nice.
my kind, like what I would sit and listen to. But
Yeah.
other stuff, like I would try to listen to his interviews and be like, nope, this is not for
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
I didn't know that he interviewed Will Smith. I will
Yeah,
check,
I
but
just saw
yeah,
just now as I got onto YouTube, I saw that I think it was a week. I'm sorry, 4 weeks ago or something.
yeah,
Should be
okay.
interesting.
I will,
Did
I
you
will,
read
I will.
it? Have you read it? You have a copy, right?
I have a copy. I started it on Audible because I even signed up for Audible so I can get the audiobook. And it's so good. It's so good on audio, but I feel like it's one of those books where I want to annotate it as I read. So I
Oh,
stopped listening to it on audio because now I was getting like through it very quickly. And I'm like, okay, I want to annotate this book, but then I haven't had a chance to like sit down and actually read it and start my annotations. But
as
it's
long
right
as it
there.
as long as it sounds like something that will be enjoyable. It's the worst if you listen to a book that you were looking forward to and then the narrator lets you down or it doesn't sound like it's
Yeah,
gonna be
no,
fun.
that one is good. It's good because he even does the music. Like when he talks about the music that he learned in church and stuff like that, he's actually playing
Oh, that's
the
great.
the instruments. So it's and oh, he's singing along. Like it's really good. It's a really really good audiobook. I was enjoying it. I just wanted to do it along with the physical book.
Yeah, I hear
That's
you.
why.
I hear you.
Okay, let's do our first sprint.
Okay, cool.
Look who's here. Hi, Emma Ray. What are you reading today? Hmm. It's Emma. I'm responding to my daughter. Don't mind me, guys.
I can
If I
hear her though. I heard her say Marie.
Emma Ray. Yes, Papa. Because Emma Ray is my friend. Hmm. No, Emma Ray is your friend too. Emma Ray, my daughter says you are her friend too.
Yes, please share friends.
Let's see. The Echo Wife by Sarah Gailey. Okay, what is this one about? Just want to make this a bit bigger. It's so much easier to do this timer thing when you have a second screen. With one screen, I'm just like
You
moving
yeah,
between
it's
windows the
true.
whole time.
Yeah, that is true.
That's so sweet hearing my name. Babas Emirai says she's your friend too. And then she says, okay. Uh, all right. I'm going to start the timer and we can sprint for 45 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
You, I was finishing the last two sentences in this chapter.
I'm the same. Hey, I can't when the alarm goes like midway through a sentence, even if maybe it's not the end of the chapter, but if it's a paragraph or a sentence, I'm like, okay, can I just read the next
Can
two,
I just,
two words or few words? Okay.
yeah. Um, it's good. I managed to like read 30 pages.
Oh, that's nice. Are you listening or are
Mm.
you just reading?
I'm just reading. I couldn't find the
That's nice.
audiobook.
Okay, that's nice though. Sometimes you do need to read, especially if it's an easy and a good book. It just puts you in a bright mood to
Mm,
be able to just read.
yeah.
Yeah,
And because it's YA, it's like it reads very easy
yeah.
and there aren't like too many words on the papers on the page, I mean. So it's easy. It's easy to get through. So I might get really far.
You will. If you
In
did
this.
30 pages in 45 minutes, I believe you'll get pretty far. I think
Mm,
so. Definitely. I didn't read
yeah.
much. I probably like read 2 pages and then
Mm,
I had to go sort out the laundry situation from the line and sort out dinner.
mm,
People are passed out here, but I'm almost done with dinner. So, like I
yeah.
said, once that is over, then I can move and settle into the night without any mom guilt and hungry people.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yeah. So I'll probably get
Okay.
into it maybe around the third-ish sprint. I do believe we're going for a little bit longish
I
tonight,
think
right?
so. Like
Yeah. So if
I'm
that's the case,
trying to go up until midnight. I will
okay,
see
okay,
if if that works out. I will do my best to stay awake, but
okay,
if I can go up until midnight, I'll be happy. That's
okay, cool. Then I've got time as well. So I know that my second sprint will be somewhat interrupted because I'm
mm,
going to be serving dinner, and then after that, then it's all systems go.
yeah. I'm trying to. I also might get interrupted with the second sprint because
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and get my daughter to actually go to sleep.
Okay.
I don't know if I'll be successful.
All the best.
We'll see. Because she's already taken her bath and she was
Uh,
yawning in the bath. But hey,
yeah.
now we're at a different point in our lives.
Energy from nowhere. I know that those bursts of energy. Trust me, I
Mm.
know. Mm.
Um, Emery just started her book, The Echo Wife. Seems like a woman cloned herself and her husband fell in love with the clone. Hey, that,
The books that you read, MRA, honestly,
no,
we
but
need
this,
a video of. Actually, you must create a video of. I don't know if you've done it before, but like your bookshelf tour, because I really don't know if anybody else has these copies.
like I've never ever heard, but this one
That
sounds.
sounds very juicy, right? It does sound juicy.
Hey, the echo. I'm even looking for it on script right now. This one sounds like something I would want to like listen to.
Yeah, no, that one does sound like hmm.
Who's the author?
And my thing is, where is the original? While the clone is
Hey, what
visiting,
is the original wife doing?
what
By
is she?
Sarah
Where is she?
Gailey.
What is she doing?
Ish,
Tell me if it's
but
on script.
it's not on script.
Interesting. Interesting.
Um, Sarah Gailey. Hey,
It
this
actually
sounds
sounds very
very.
exciting. Like I'm just thinking how many ways that story could go, hey?
Hey, yay, yay. But I know that MRA kind of like reviews some of the books that she reads on her channel. Just let me know if I'm right, MRA, but I've seen you like review certain books. I think you were doing the books about memory or something like that. So if you ever review this one, I'll be looking
Let us
because it's
know.
not it's not on script. It's definitely not on audiobook. I don't know where do you even find these books? I don't even know where to find
That's
these
what I'm
books.
saying. She must just do a tour of her bookshelf so that we can just understand what's going on. And when she does that, she must just tell us that, listen, I got
Hmm.
this. of Amazon, or you can get it on ebook here and here, because I've never heard of any of the books that she reads.
Her books. Like the titles, that's why I'm always asking, what are you reading? Because the titles are always so interesting.
Mm, mm,
Um, and where are you listening to the audiobook?
mm.
27% in. You never know when the titles are going to get an absurd burst of energy. Also, what happened to the book about the tree,
Yeah,
the
and the
apple tree?
phone and the apple, right? The phone and the
It was
apple.
the apple tree.
Yes.
Yes.
We
What
want to
happened
know.
to that one?
We
What
want
did
to
you do?
know.
It is wild. I have one bookshelf tour, but I gotta do another one. We have over 500 books in our collection.
That's a
What?
lot.
Okay, I must go to your channel and I'll look for your book tour. I thought of like recording a book tour. I still want to do it. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow
Please do
morning.
it. Those are always for me personally. I always enjoy those. I haven't done one in a while either, but I always enjoy those. It's quite interesting to see.
Mm. I've never done one. Like I wanted to do one in the beginning of the year, and I told myself that I would do one each year to see
Yeah,
how my bookshelf is
change.
changing.
Yeah.
So I have like one bookshelf. I'll still
Mm.
want to get that book trolley,
Yes.
and use that for like my TBR slash book haul situations.
I
But
feel
yeah,
like
I
just
still
one thing, because your TBR is gonna be huge. Like
my
you read a
TBR.
lot of books there. Like I'm like that trolley is already full of your TBR. Don't
My
now go put holes
in
and
in
stuff
in my mind, my trolley is already full.
with
I don't
TBR
own it
stuff.
yet.
Not with hole. If you put holes on there as well, then it's gonna overflow.
It is gonna overflow because usually my TBR is like about 10 books,
Yeah, it's gonna.
and my book hauls each month are also like about 12,
Oh, so
10
you're
to
gonna put
15 books.
okay. So you're gonna put only the current month. It's not
Yeah,
like you're gonna put.
give me your phone. I can't reach it. Bring it here.
So I thought you were putting the rest of the year's TBR. So okay, I hear you
Oh
in the
no no
future.
no no! Oh no! If I had to do that, sure.
That's why I'm like in my head. It's already overflowing. You don't have space for
It's
no
overflowing.
more.
It's
Yeah.
overflowing because actually, like, I haven't even read most of the books on my shelf,
Mm.
because a lot of the books that I read, I go and borrow them to family members. Oh, this
Ah.
is loud. So I have a cousin that's coming to visit me like on Sunday, and I just needed to just bring all my books back.
Please.
I
Books
think
should
she's
always come back.
Yeah, I think she has like maybe uh 8 copies of my books for us. You got
It
a
is a
flaw
lot to one person.
for
I'm
one
sorry,
person.
I don't
So she
mind
was,
borrowing you all the books that I own, but there needs to be an exchange, okay? You bring two back, you get two. You bring two. So I have eight of my books with you.
oh, I think she has 8, and I
Nah.
think like another friend of mine has about maybe 3, 4, and then my aunt-in-law has like
Like you're
maybe
gonna
also
forget.
4.
You also just gonna forget what books you've got, actually.
Ish, I am gonna forget, and sometimes when I visit people and I get like stress when I see the condition of my book, and I'm just like, nope, not again, not with you.
So my unspoken rule is that I only lend out my books to book lovers.
So
And
that's what I yeah.
yeah,
So
and
that
that
the
they
other
never come
one,
back in bad condition. But I know that with a book lover, if I'm like, listen, child, this is not how you got this book, I know that they will remedy the situation because no.
yeah. So the my cousin and my aunt, they are readers. So that's
Mm.
why I tend to like give them a lot of books, and get whenever I visit them,
Mhm.
I get a couple of my books back.
Okay, that's good.
So that's why I keep doing that. It's just that
That's
if
good.
I spend a lot of time without seeing them, then I don't see my books for a long time. But ish, this friend of
Mhm.
mine, yo, I've
Not
been
eight books, child. Not eight books.
ooh, like
Mhm.
I no, it's just not
No, you
gonna
know what?
work for me.
She sounds like the type that you must introduce to like your audibles, etc., where she can actually get stuff online. You can still keep
Mm,
recommending, and she can just keep getting them without the pressure of, oh my god, I've got Charity's books.
really.
Sometimes she'll want them back, and I won't be done. You know.
Mm. Yeah, because the problem is like the people who come to visit you in your house and they're like, oh my gosh, you've got so many books. I want to get into reading, but actually, you know, deep down, you are not a reader, right? Or you don't even read the kind of things I have. But then you start asking me for recommendations.
And then
Like,
obviously you're gonna pull the recommendations off your shelf, right? It's gonna be one of
I
those.
mean,
But for me, literally, there's two people that I've, no, three people that I've loaned out books to, and they've come back, right? But
mm,
usually, my suggestion to people like that is like, my house is an open door policy here. If you want to read,
mm.
it's gonna be like you're at the library. Come sit on this
Come here,
brown
sit here and read.
couch, read, put a bookmark, come back again next time. You'll read here again. I don't have
That's
a problem.
that's almost like what the thing that I'm adopting. Because if somebody comes to visit me and they're sleeping over and they're like, "Oh, you have so many books. I can you recommend me something to read?" I'm like, "Are you gonna finish it tonight? Like
Exactly.
before you leave, are you gonna
Or
finish
you're gonna
it?
become so attached that you want to go. You can't. The bottom line is that you cannot go with it,
You
but you
cannot
can
leave
read
with
it with
it."
pleasure. You can read it. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Ish. Yeah. Oh, and Marie has some reviews up for some of the book series, but I'm not sure if she's going to do with this one. One of my friends has read it and she wants to talk about it with me, so we might make a video together to talk
Sounds
about it.
very-
Okay.
It
I'd
sounds
watch
very
that video.
interesting.
I still want to
Actually,
know
I'm
about the
so
apple
curious as
tree.
to how it
Yeah.
ends.
I want to know how it ends. And I still want to know about that book with the apple trees.
I think she does. There's something here that talks about apples somewhere in the comments. I'm
Let's
pretty sure.
see. Yes, Baba. She's so cute. Okay. That's a great point. I'll do a tour and include where to get a copy. That would be good. I'm listening on the Libby app. Oh, wait, I didn't check
Even
Libby.
Libby, I'm not so adventurous with my audiobook apps. Hey,
Ish,
like
I am like I'm at a point where when I pick up a a book, like a physical book, the first thing I do is go look for the audiobook.
yeah, I
And
know. I'm always so disappointed when I don't find it.
I just opened Libby now, and what
Yeah,
comes up? Ray Barra.
don't joke. Don't joke. So, did you
I,
just forget to check there?
and now I forgot to check, but
Um,
I've borrowed Ray Barra so that if I've started reading it and I'm somewhere else and I don't have the book, then I can continue reading on my phone.
okay, okay, okay. I like that.
So
I like that. I do that a bit as well with
yeah,
my physical books.
let me see the echoes. The echo. What? What is
Echo
the
White,
title? The
the
Echo
Echo
Wire.
White. I think that's what she said.
I don't know if our Libby is good because I got a library card for the
Oh yeah, that's so
University of Johannesburg Library and City of Johannesburg. So I've got two library cards, and I don't even live in Johannesburg. So
But is that how you got Libby?
that's how I got Libby. So I applied
So library
online.
down the road from here. I should go, but it doesn't look. It looks like it's dead. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have any physical, like new. But let me not judge. I don't know. I
Mm.
should go check it
Well,
out.
the apps, to be honest, don't really have new books.
Seriously, I think
Um,
they would have new books.
they
Libby.
don't. They don't. Because on Libby, I found House of Earth and Blood because it's like 2 years old, but they
Okay.
don't have House of Sky and Breath. And also, they had the ebook, but not
Which
the
one is first?
audiobook.
Which one is first?
House of
Earth
Earth
and
and
Sky.
Blood.
Earth
No,
and Blood. Okay.
Earth and Blood is first. Yeah,
Is that the latest one? The latest series?
that's the latest series. Yeah. Yeah, my Libby app does not have the Echo Wife at all. Um, oh,
That's the
Apple
one.
Seed
That's
is
the
so
one.
good. Yeah, Apple Seed is the one. Apple Seed is so good. I'm almost done with it. I'm already planning a video for it because this is so interesting. I'm watching it. I am watching
Okay.
it.
That was, yeah, I'm also interested.
My sister is the only one who consistently borrows books from me, but she keeps them in good condition. You see, those people
It's
are
also,
reliable because
yeah.
like I actually enjoy sharing books with people. I find that I get so excited when I start to like
Mhm.
speaking about books with people and telling them, "Oh, this is such a great book. You need to read it."
Mm.
But now, when they keep your books for 6 years,
Centuries, babes, 100 million years. It's not a thing because sometimes you do. For me, I feel like if I have books that I read at a good time in my life, I do want to go back to them at some point. Even if it's just
mm,
read or whatever, just for the feeling more than the story. So if I'm looking for my
yeah.
book and it's not there, I'm like, no, child, no.
You see now, because earlier I was talking about rereading A Court of Thorns and Roses, and my cousin-in-law has like book one, and I also wanted to like take a picture and because I'm kind of like
It's not a vibe.
having a little Sarah J. Maas shelf going on in the corner
Oh, a
here.
shrine. You've created a
A
shrine.
shrine. There's a shrine going on because there's like six.
But your
There's
shrine is
now six of.
incomplete. Your shrine is
It's
incomplete.
incomplete now because book one is not there.
Hmm.
So now I'm like, I want it intact, and also, like, she has my whole complete series of the Poppy War, and
Oh,
it's
no, no,
one of
no.
my favorite series,
It's
and it's
I'm giving
that's why
you
I said she
rules.
has
I'm
eight
giving
books.
you rules for your shelf, okay? From now on,
Yeah.
it's an exchange, my friend. It's fine. They
Oh
can get
goodness.
the books that you're all excited about, but you only get one when you bring. So fine, if it's a series and you feel like you need to give them the first two books, that's fine. But they'll only get the
Mm,
next when they bring the first two back.
when
You
they
can't
bring
be
the oh,
eight of my books.
yeah,
You're not going to read them at the same time. That's the other thing. Do you understand?
I got
So
too
the minute that you're
excited.
done, bring it back.
Mm.
Bring it
I
back.
know I got that's my own fault. I got too excited. I don't even want to
Yeah.
lie. I've learned my lesson.
Yeah, lesson learned. I'm sorry.
Um, Hi, Kat.
Hey, cat.
Kat, we are sprinting for as long as we are able to open our eyes.
Mm-hmm.
That's
And
where
at
I'm
least
at.
if I'm by my bed, at least if I pass out, I'll just switch off my camera and
I'll,
mute so
I'll,
that you guys don't
I'll
hear me
mute you
snoring.
and switch off your camera. But essentially, I'm trying to go up until midnight.
Yeah.
For those who are not in South Africa or not using South African Standard Time, it's currently 7:30 p.m. So yeah, I'm trying to go until midnight, and we'll see how that goes. So we still have a couple of hours to go. Actually, we have a lot. We have a lot of
A
hours
lot of
to go.
time. That's the thing. Yeah.
So we see. We'll see how that goes. Hello, Simole. Welcome. What are you reading, Kat and Simole? Okay, you're listening to the Eco Wife on Libby, and okay, you have a from your library. You guys have good libraries. I
I
don't
was
even
about
think
to
I have a
say.
library close to me.
Yeah, and I haven't really utilized the library since high school. I don't want to lie. Like,
Mm.
oh, and even then, I was kind of disappointed because I was like, Listen, where's the latest stuff?" Like,
Because
okay.
I think where's the closest library to me? I during COVID, during like level four-ish, level three COVID, I
Mm.
think I found a library, but it was still closed. It wasn't open. And the other one I saw was in Brooklyn Mall. But then I got too lazy to like try to do library cards again because I had a library card when I lived in Cape Town, but I don't
Mm.
have a library card this side. And now
Yeah.
I want to collect books anyway. And if I want to read a book that I don't want to collect, I usually just go to Scribd to
But if
listen
you're
to
at
it.
City of Joburg, I'm wondering, can you not go to? Somebody was saying the library in Santon is quite good.
Somebody did say
Right.
that, but yeah,
Yeah.
that's like quite far from me. Maybe if I end up moving to Johannesburg, then I would definitely sign myself up to the Santon one.
Okay.
Let me see. I love letting people borrow my books. Me too. I just wish they could like take care of them the way that I take care of my books. Yes, Papa. I'm giving you books to learn. Okay. I collected the dating playbook from Exclusive Books today, and I'm 11 pages in it. It's the sequel to The Boyfriend's Project. Oh, yes, you did. You were reading that last week. How did you find the dating project? I mean, the boyfriend project. What star rating did you give it? If you did rate it at all? Yeah, gonna make them come back to finish the series. And that's actually like Vuvi's right. That's a good way also for them to figure out if they enjoy the series or not. Give them the first book or first two books. If they love it, then they can always come back and return the others. Kat, you no longer lend out books. What happened? What happened to your books? What experiences did you have? Kat is no longer lending books.
But we listen, we all learn the hard way though. I feel like this is the
Mm,
story. Like, and then you get those people who they borrow your book, and then when they're done and they also get excited, they feel like they've got the liberties to loan it to the next person. And that person, if they now you don't know, like the whole family of your extended whatever has read this.
there.
No one knows who actually has the actual copy of
Oh,
the book.
oh, oh, somebody lends you a book, right? And they have it for so long that they forget that you borrowed it to them. They think it's theirs.
It's theirs. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I'm just like,
Of course.
what do you mean? What
Yeah.
do you mean? When did you buy this book? Tell me,
Exactly.
when
Do
did you
you
buy it?
recall spending a rand on this book?
On this
Like
book.
when?
When
When?
they put it there next to theirs, and you're like, but do you remember where this comes from? You just don't. You don't remember. You just like inherited someone else's book.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Sorry, I'm clicking around. I think I'm gonna start the next sprint.
Okay.
Let's see if I can get my very energetic minion who's busy dancing right now. Yo, guys.
Best of luck, mommy. Like, listen. Once passed out, I'm gonna wake her up so that she can eat.
Mm.
After that, I'm also gonna be on mission bedtime, but we shall see. Maybe after the
Oh,
second.
no, like she's dancing, guys. She is
No,
dancing.
no, no, it sounds like she definitely
Mm.
has a burst of energy that you might not be able to control. So good luck.
Yeah, I'm gonna try, but I am going to. Where's this? I'm gonna start the timer for the next sprint. Let's see how it goes.
Cool.
Hello.
Hey, is she sleeping?
Not yet sleeping, but in bed. That's why I'm still using headphones.
Okay, please.
Yeah, because I don't want to make too much noise and distract her. How's your little ones?
They ate. They still gonna chill a little bit before they go to bed because I suppose it's a holiday. But
Mm,
I think during the next sprint, I'm gonna also have to sort that out.
yeah.
Yeah.
How's your reading going?
After I did all of that, I managed to read about 15 pages, so it's not so bad. It's flowing quite well.
Mm,
So yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think that that Talia is almost back, like from the Chloe Brown humor. I feel like I'm feeling a bit of humor in this one as compared to Danny. I
yeah.
did end up warming up to the Danny character towards
Oh,
the end, but I
mm,
don't think that is my favorite book in the series so far. So already I know, and I'm like 5 pages to 50. I already
mm.
know that I'm enjoying this one more than Danny.
Then Danny. I think
Yes,
I've
but I
heard a
think
couple
I
of
like
people.
Danny the character more than
I like
Chloe.
Danny. Yeah, I like Danny the character, but a lot of people actually have said that take a hint. What? No.
Get a
What is
life.
this one? No, actual
What is
age. If
this one?
Brown is their favorite.
Yes, it's quite easy. It's light, it's funny, it's quirky already, and I'm like hardly 50 pages in. So I don't know.
Mm,
Let's see. We
okay.
shall see. Shall see.
My read is very interesting.
How far are you?
Like, I'm now on page 91, so I read about 16 pages
Mhm.
in between. So I'm moving along nicely. Um, like, I'm trying to think of a way to explain this book, but because I went in it without knowing what's going on, I don't know what's spoiler and what's not.
I hear you.
Because I don't know. Like, I'm trying to see what is in the
Just a basic
synopsis.
outline. Okay, just tell us the basic outline. Like,
So we follow this girl. Her name is Tirasai, right?
hmm hmm
And Tirasai was born from a human person,
okay,
and basically this mythical being that I could only describe as a genie.
okay.
So it seems like Teresa's mother has a grudge against the emperor for some reason that I don't know yet. But she hates the emperor with all of her heart. So she summoned this genie to grant her three wishes. So she bound him and forced him to grant three wishes. And one of the wishes, she wanted to have the emperor killed, but the genie's like, that cannot happen. And well, this story is called Rebera. It follows basically there's a council where the emperor chooses 11 candidates to
No, wait,
rule in the
wait, wait,
council with
wait.
him.
No, but wait. Is this
Yes.
genie the Teresa's father?
The genie is Teresa's father because the mother now she the mother decided that she's gonna create a person who's gonna basically answer her wishes because she can't be the one to kill the emperor. Let me create a person that will only answer to me. She didn't even give this child a name. She called the child, what did she call the child? Mine,
Who was
made
this
of me.
child's Charity? Did the genie sleep with the mother, or did
The
some
genie
other
slept
thing?
with the mother. Hey, the genie essentially is the one that gave Teresai a name. So the genie slept with the mother, and when these kids turn 11, they send them to the capital in this realm, where they go through a series of tests and stuff so that they can essentially become part of this council. So Teresai was raised basically only with tutors, no friends, obviously no family. The mother Linda was never there. She always longed for this warmth, for this motherly love that she never got. And yeah, you like they. all, like they made sure that they teach her all the languages of all the realms, everything that she needed to know to pass these tests, because ultimately the mother wants Terasai to go and kill the emperor. For what reason? I don't know. I don't know what her quarrel is with the emperor. But yeah, she slept with the genie.
Hey, so much scandal too, and you never pay
Chapter
attention.
one. Chapter one.
So
This is the
this
schedule in
child,
chapter one.
okay, so now this child's got the ability to grant wishes, but only to her mom.
Only to so she used two of her wishes already on
Oh,
the
she can
genie.
only grant three wishes. This child
Only
also.
three, yes. And what happened is that she asked for two, no, she got three wishes, right? The first one, she said that she wants to be rich and well off. And then I think the second one was her having her own palace or place that no one can see, no one can actually get into. And she didn't use the third wish. Oh no, sorry. The first wish is to get rich and to have that palace. The second one is for they call it the eru, I think. Am I pronouncing it correctly? The eru to have a child with her. So the third wish is living within Terasai, within the child. And she's activated her third wish now, saying that you go infiltrate this council. Once you've infiltrated this council and you've fallen in love with the prince, because that's one of the conditions to be in this council, and he's anointed you, you kill him. So this is the burden that this child is like living with.
Okay, wait. So what did the mom ask of the genie, the actual original genie, the
So
father
the
to give
original
her?
Jenny, she asked for wealth, wealth, and have this place of like that she can call home that no one else can see except the people that she brings to it.
Okay,
And the second one was to have a child with him, with the genie.
okay. So
So
she only asked for two things
she
from
only
the
asked for
original,
two things, yes. So the third
and
wish, basically, because the child is a product of the genie, she can also grant the wish. So
okay, so the
one,
child doesn't grant her own three wishes. She has to
no, no,
continue
no.
the wish.
No, no, no. There's only one wish left. So the
Okay,
child, it's herself is not a genie, but the third wish basically lives within the child. She's gonna
okay,
use the child. Yeah. So she's already activated the third wish and sent the child off to the capital and say, "This is what you need to do. I need you to go and kill this emperor, starting
that's
with the
interesting.
son."
Okay,
Hey,
and then does she exist now in both bodies, her own and the child's body?
who's that?
The
The
mother.
the mother. No, the mother is a person on her own.
But then she also lives through this child's body.
No, she does not.
Okay.
The mother is just a mother. The child is just half human and half genie. Let's call her that.
Mhm.
And because she's half genie, when you call on a genie to grant you wishes, basically you keep it in your captivity, and only after the third wish does it get released back to its natural form. So the genie Lena is stuck. So the genie is sitting within the child. So it's not the mother
Oh,
that's
that's
within the
who's
child; it's the
within the
genie.
child. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Okay.
now this child is trying to fight against this third wish. So she's trying by all means not to complete these
Will she
tests
die?
so that she doesn't get.
Will she die
Well,
if she completes this task? The child.
no, the child will not die. It didn't seem like that was what's gonna happen. The mother just wants the child to kill this emperor, but I just don't understand why.
So much drama for killing one person. We need to know more about that person too.
I
Never
need
mind
to
even the
know more.
reason why. Who is this person? God.
Like it's very. This one like from chapter one.
Yeah,
I
that
was
that is
like,
that is an
what?
interesting story.
And
That's
they've
very
got like this council have has like rules. One of the rules is like once you're inside this council, you are not allowed to ever leave. So you can't leave. You have to stay with these other 11 people for the rest of your life. Meaning you can't marry, you can't have relations outside. You can have relations within the council, but those relations cannot top your love and your loyalty to the emperor.
the emperor is the
And the emperor, So currently we have an emperor, which is the little boy's father. So there's the grown-up people's
Cancel.
council,
Mhm.
and then now it's we following the next generation, the children's council. So there's a prince.
So who needs to
That's it.
die exactly? The prince or
So the
the
prince
emperor?
needs to die first. The prince needs to die first because then it means there's no heir anymore to this place. And once she's in the council, so yeah, oh, I was telling you about the rules. I'll tell you about this. So the prince needs to die first, and then the father, the emperor. But one of the rules is like you can't marry outside, and the prince or the emperor is not allowed to marry. Right? The only sexual relation you can have is with the prince. you can't you can't have relations with other people. So
Something
basically,
is.
it's
Who
this.
is this author? Wait a minute. Who is
Oh,
this?
Jordan
People having
Ifweku.
sexual
Jordan
relations with
Ifweku.
trees. Eh?
Hey, Jordan Ifweku. So there's a lot. There's a lot. I did not expect all of this. But one of the other rules also is that because one of the conditions is that you need to basically love your emperor with all of your heart and have this loyalty to him. It and then after that you have to the last test is to basically be able to connect with the emperor through their mind. That is what this ray bearer situation is. You need to be able to connect to his ray. If you
How
fail
come
to
this is
connect
not
to
the
his
first
ray,
thing? How come we all connect? We connecting physically and everything before we connect. Why is that not the first thing
well,
that they're trying?
so connecting with the prince through the ray is the thing that actually gets you into the council. You can pass all the other tests, but if you don't
Oh,
actually pass that one,
okay.
then you are not in, right? And once you are in, you cannot have relations with other people, especially sexual ones. You can only have a sexual relationship with the prince, right? And then through there, that's where the other heirs get born. You can have other relations with other people within the council, but then it cannot trump your relationship with, like, the emperor is your number one goal. He is basically your god. This
Okay,
is
so
what's
you
happening.
say the emperor is not allowed to get married. So are we still
He's not
talking about
allowed
the?
to.
So this is the prince or the emperor?
This is the prince. Even the emperor Lena is not married. So the
So
prince,
whose
one of
child? I
the
mean, who's the mother of the prince?
the mother is one of the women in the council. It's like he even says, "I don't have a mother," because he calls everybody auntie and uncle. It's like a polygamous, polyamorous, whatever the term is,
It's
situation.
so much drama.
So for a
Why?
YA,
This is hardly page 100. This thing is gonna get interesting, that's for sure. But I'm just
this is
thinking like there's so much drama right from the like it
it,
could go anyway. It
it
could
could
go
go
literally any
anywhere.
direction.
So it literally keeps you like I want to know what's gonna happen in
I
this
know we all
book.
invested. We are all
I
invested.
know
Also,
I'm invested, so I want to know what's happening. So this now, Teresai is trying to avoid getting her ray like connected to the prince's ray, because once she does that, that last wish basically kicks in, and she doesn't know if she can control herself from actually killing him. So
why
she keeps
doesn't she want to
declining
kill him?
because she doesn't understand why she needs to kill him. She doesn't know, and now she spent, because now it's also what, 4 years later. So now she spent 4 years getting to know him. Like, he's a nice kid, he's a nice prince. It's like, I don't want to kill this person. So the
Hmm.
only way she knows how to get out of it is to not accept that connection to happen.
So
So
what
she's
happens to the people who don't connect? What happens?
they get sent back home.
Okay, and
And
life
now,
continues.
because there's in this 12 realms. There's 12 realms, so they choose one candidate for each realm. So if somebody from her realm gets chosen, she gets sent home either way.
Okay.
So
Okay.
obviously, because we know, like, she's the main character, she's gonna get chosen.
Yeah, yeah, we know it's gonna the
She's
connection's
gonna get
gonna
chosen. It's
happen.
gonna get there. The connection
And
is
we're
gonna
gonna
happen.
spend
We
the
already
whole
know.
book trying to resist the death of this
Because
prince. What's the name of
yes,
what's the name of the land?
the land that they're in now is called. Where's the map? Oluwan. Oluwan is
Where's
the
the
name of the. This is
okay? Is this a
the
black
map.
author?
It is a black author. It's a black Nigerian author.
Okay, sounds like the land sounds very Nigerian. Okay.
Mm.
This was interesting. Aye, but the premise, my goodness, like hey,
I'm just like, what?
what goes on in other
Hey,
people's heads also.
and also the reason why the mother wanted her to get into the council is um because of their myths and all of that. The emperors cannot be killed. They can
Mm,
only be killed by the people in the council.
mm,
And that is the first thing they showed us because um, when Teresai got into the throne room, and they were
mm,
like, "Wait, you look too much like that woman that we don't like. We're not,
mm.
we don't trust you." And it's like, "Are you here to kill me?" And the emperor is laughing. It's like, "Try." And then they gave her a knife to try and kill him, and she tried.
Yeah.
Nothing happens. Like, you can't kill me because the only people who can kill me are the people sitting in this room with me. And this is why they're trying to get her to be in the council. That's the only way she can kill the people.
And
Anybody
maybe
else
that's why
outside the
then the
council,
mom, maybe that's why the mom can't do it herself.
she can't do it herself because she failed the tests
Mm.
years back. So yeah, and they didn't
But
think
we want to know
Teresa
what.
was
Okay,
gonna.
I don't know. I'm now interested, so I don't know if I actually want to know why she wants to kill. Maybe don't tell us that.
I'm not
Why
gonna
she
tell
wants
you
to
that.
kill
I
the
feel,
emperor, but at the same time, I'm like, I think I want to know, but I don't know.
I'm not gonna spoil it, so that if one day you decide to pick up the book, you can also be shocked. Because I'm
Yeah,
just like, yo,
I
these
hope it's
rules
worth it.
are
Like, I
key.
hope the reason makes sense.
I hope the reason makes sense. I feel like it's probably like one of those things where I loved you, you didn't love me back.
Oh
I
Lord,
like in my
don't let
head.
it be that. Don't
In my head,
let
it's
it
that.
be deeper than that. Like I always
How can
like
you?
that you killed my mother and then my sister. Those are the ones that I like. I'm like, yeah, he deserves to die. Not I love
He
you. I
deserves
love
it.
you.
I hope
This
it's
one.
not. I hope it's not. I loved you.
I also hope
But
it's
I
not.
don't know because she has so much hatred that she will go and summon a genie, like
And sleep. No, no, not
raise, sleep with
sleep
the genie,
with the genie so that she can have a child by the genie that will then go kill that man. The patience.
the patience. Spend 11 years teaching this child all the tricks and tricks and things to like basically pass these tests, and this poor child didn't even know when they sent her to um, the capital. She didn't even know why she was there. She didn't know anything about the tests. But I guess also like they want to look for people who are pure of heart. Because then if you're pure of heart, you're probably less you're probably more likely to take care of this emperor and never want to like hurt him or anything like that.
This one's
So she
gonna fall in
played her
love.
game right. No, she
But
played her game
this
right.
girl's gonna fall in love, whatever her
Ah, she's
name is.
gonna fall in love.
Teresa, whatever. She's gonna,
Teresa, she's
yeah.
gonna fall in love, Shem.
And the thing is, that woman's gonna be doomed. That's why
Ah,
there's gonna be a book two to this. I can see it
no,
coming.
there is a book too,
Ah,
Redemptor.
I knew it. They're
There's a
gonna
book
team
too.
together. They're gonna fall in love, and they're gonna
Are
form
they
a
gonna fall in love?
strong team. Maybe the emperor might die, but I don't think the prince is going to
The
die.
princess, yeah, I think the emperor might die. I feel like maybe the emperor did do something. He doesn't seem like a very nice guy, but like,
Yeah,
shit, the prince is nice. The prince is
I hope
nice. He's just a little kid who's just like looking for friends, and now this prospect of having 11 permanent friends for life. The
all of
only
these
thing they can,
people, it's male and females in this
it's all,
11, this
it's,
council.
yes, yeah, it's males and females.
Okay.
So yeah, we shall see. Let me see who's in the comments. Hi,
Hey,
Bukamaso. Hi. Well, I scroll too much now. What are you reading, Umpile? Simola says, I love the Boyfriend Project, gave it 4 stars on Goodreads. it's more a 3.5. Like, guys, when is Goodreads going to like do
Child.
the
And you
right
see, you guys
things?
put me on what is this?
A
Story
story
graph. I was
graph,
like, hey, listen, they've got 3 point. I can say
3.5.
3.75 because I'm that girl. Okay, I'm gonna do that, and that's definitely what I'm going to do. Don't ask me
Like
again. I'm definitely on that. And I'm like, where are your point twos and your point eights? I also want that one.
that
Just all
one.
the as there, please.
I but I don't know. I Goodreads like
Goodreads
they
refuses.
it's
Refuses.
refusing.
Yeah.
Um, it's about three women who meet through this guy. They were all dating. Even book one focuses on one of the women. Were they all dating at the same time?
Hey, and why is it a project? Because it should be the ex-boyfriend project. What's going
Project.
on, Small? What's going
Like,
on?
even hey, I
I
don't know.
could, I could. It's not sounding right.
Mm-mm. Uh, there's three books in the series, each focusing on one of the three women. Book three comes out in August, which is good. I can focus on the other books. Okay.
No, you need to tell us more. What
Yes,
are
we
these
want to
women
know.
meeting about, and what are they doing? Why is it the boyfriend project if it's an ex-boyfriend? Tell us, please.
And it's one guy, three women. Like, are they all trying to get him, and we
That's
see
what I want
who's
to
gonna end
understand.
up with him, or is it a situation where they all
Right?
dated him
And so what? So why are they
to the
meeting,
experience?
and why are we so if they dated him, that's fine then. So
Hi, I don't understand. And
I
it was good because she went to exclusive books today to pick up the second book, and she's already reading it. She's committed.
she's
She's
hooked.
fully
Clearly the
committed.
scandal and the drama is there.
And Marissa says, "Hey, Mpile.
Uphile.
Vubare, how are you finding If Brown?"
Yeah, no, like I think I did explain at the start. I don't know if Somali heard, but I am enjoying it more than Danny Brown. And
Mm,
like I'm saying though, so far my favorite sister is Danny Brown, but that is not my favorite book. I feel like Talia could have
mm,
done more in that book. But in terms of that specific character out of the sisters, she's my favorite. There was a point where she was tying with Chloe. Absolutely love Chloe, but there are certain
mm.
parts of Danny that I'm like, I get her. Like, I get her.
Her
I
personality, like she has a nice personality. I also like her personality. I'm
Mm,
just,
mm.
I wasn't vibing with the book, but I need to get back to it. Maybe it will get
Yeah,
better.
and also even her insecurities and her they're very relatable. Like I feel like maybe
Mm,
the thing that was alienating with Chloe is that her condition is not, I don't think it's common. I haven't come across
yeah,
a person like that. So there is a little bit of a block between the
the
reader
barrier.
and in terms of empathy. Obviously pain is pain, you can get it, but there is kind of a barrier there. But
Mm,
with Danny, her struggles are more realistic. It's easy for you to kind of see
to grasp.
yourself unfolding in that story. So
Mm, I
yeah.
agree. 38%. This book is wild. Yo, am I right?
Am I right? I'm still stuck at
Yo,
clone, babes. At least tell us, where is the original wife?
yes.
What of this
What
is going
happened?
on?
What happened to the
Where is she?
original wife
Like
when this
locked
husband
up
is
somewhere?
falling? And
Yeah.
also, why did we have to clone the wife to begin with?
Yeah, no. The books you guys are reading, like I feel like I'm the one person who's reading the most soberest and most relatable or realistic book. This is a romance, okay? So it can only be so realistic. But I'm like, you,
Mm.
Emma Ray, Somali, I Connor guys. What are you guys reading? What are you
Eish,
reading?
eish. Mm-mm. Like, whoa, this sounds like a great story. I think it's going to
Think
be
the
a great story.
river,
I think
yeah,
you're referring to Ray Barra. I know
river,
a lot
yeah,
of people love it. Let me see what the
yeah.
star rating is on Goodreads for Ray
Mhm.
Barra. But it's one of those highly recommended
No, I've
YA
been
fantasy
sabawelling
books.
also, Shem. I see it everywhere.
So it has 4.4 stars
Oh, that's not bad.
on Goodreads, and there's 17,323 ratings. So that's pretty good.
Oh, yo, yo, yo.
A lot
17
of people, 17,300 people
And this
and
book
the
came out
overall
when last
rating in 2020. The
year.
second one came out last year.
Mm, okay.
I still have to get the second one. I keep losing. This thing keeps scrolling down.
Sorry.
No name. Ish. Like, there's no love. This mother has no love for this child.
He
She's
wanted
just
no
like an
child.
end goal. She is
Yeah,
an
no,
end goal, and I
yeah,
don't know to what means. No, she didn't bother naming. It's literally it's the genie that says the one thing you can do for me is give this child a name and call
yeah.
them Terasai. That's it. The
But at
mother
least,
doesn't care.
at least we know she doesn't care. At least she didn't pretend.
She's never pretended. She
Yeah.
just calls her. What did I say that term is? Mine. She just calls her mine, mine, mine.
But what does her name mean? The one that the genie gave?
Teresa, yo, I forgot. And the
Are
genie, I
they
think, told us.
okay?
The
That's
genie
fine.
told us somewhere what Teresa means. But
Mm,
it had like a lovely meaning.
mm.
I'm like, hey, at least she was gonna go around being called made of me because that's what the mother like. The mother just needed her goal to be fulfilled. That's it.
Listen.
Like so much. There's a lot of
It's
drama.
a lot. It's a lot. And the thing is, I can already tell how many pages is this book. If you are nearly at a page 100 and there's been so much, it's only gonna get worse.
It's gonna get worse. There's like, let's see, there's 476 pages.
You are gonna,
Imagine.
you're going to be swimming in drama by the time you go to bed. Like, yeah.
Like I
Um,
said to you, from chapter one, I was just like, I'm not putting this book down.
yeah, I know.
I'm not
Yeah.
putting it down until it's done. Ah, the clone,
Emily!
man. The clone murdered the ex-husband, and the original wife helped her bury him.
No, you guys, what are you people reading?
I thought I had drama.
Huh?
No, I
Huh?
thought I had
Huh?
drama.
And she's only 37% into the book.
No
Hi.
ways.
Huh?
The
I get
clone murdered the ex-husband. An original wife helped bury him.
Hi, Emery.
Mm-mm. This
Hey.
sounds like a no.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, the guy was conning the
Hi,
women.
hi, guys. What are you people reading?
Hey, these books are interesting. The guy was conning the women and he got caught when one of them tweeted about her date. The other two showed up. The boyfriend project was a pact between the three women that they will focus on. So it's almost like the what is that Twitter swindler? What is
Swindler,
that swindler thing?
swindler, girl.
That
Girl,
guy.
life is hard, yo.
Mm, like their goals on self boyfriend search for 6 months. I think, oh, they search for him for 6 months. One of the women falls in love. In the first book, it's an office romance, false identity vibes. Heish. Hi, these books.
Hey, guys, stronger. I don't know how, like, suddenly my little Eve seems like the most innocent thing I could have picked up. Hey, let me stick with
I,
them and her needing to act her age. Otherwise,
because the things that we're reading,
yay.
I might as well put on the next print so that we can see
I
how
clearly and listen now. I
everybody
don't know if
does.
I'm looking forward to my book. Or I'm looking forward to finding out what you guys say
What
after the first
what's
book.
happening in our
I don't
books?
know. Like,
Hi,
yeah,
we've got clone murderers, we've got con men, we've got cult
we've got
societies.
genies having babies with
Gosh,
humans. We've got a lot. It's a lot
hi,
that's going
yeah, we have a lot. We have a lot.
on.
Um, I don't know where we're gonna end up by the end of this.
I
But let's see. I think my daughter's asleep now. It's sounding very quiet, so
I need to go
I
check. I
might.
don't want passing out on the couch. I also need to go check.
Mm, okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna start the next sprint.
cool.
Hello. Oh, how did everybody do?
Mine was a bit slow. I probably got like 12 or so pages further in. Not bad, but still a little bit slow. And I was lying down earlier, and then I thought, this is such a bad idea. I'm so comfortable. The worst idea.
I was asking myself, is Fubu asleep?
No, I wasn't. But I was like, you know what? If I stay like this, I'm going to go. I'm going to
It's
go.
you are done for. I
And it's
was
too
also
early for that. Yeah.
oh yeah, it's like 9:35. I also
Mm.
like didn't read a lot because I went to go wash my face and take off my makeup, but I read about 22 pages of the book. Um,
Anything we
yeah,
should know?
but this part
Is
that
she
I
in?
read was a little bit sad. She's not in yet. She's
Mhm.
not in yet. But the last thing that I read, her and one of her friends that also refused to go in because because he one day wanted to go back to his mom to like save her from his dad because he's abusive. But now the dad went and killed the mother, and the dad is in jail.
Book is full of drama. It's drama. Yeah.
So now there's nothing else left for him outside this space. So he has no
So
other place to
yeah.
go. So essentially, now he can agree to be anointed. But he wants Teresa to go with him because now they've been friends and gotten so close. And he's like, let's just do it. But then nobody knows Teresa's secret. Nobody knows that if she gets anointed, that
She's the
wish.
actual bomb. Like the classic Trojan horse, basically.
She's the Trojan horse.
Mm.
So, yeah, so they're not in yet. They're
Mm.
not in yet, but now I'm almost like left at a cliffhanger because the people that brought her to this place,
Mhm.
they came for her now, and I'm like, hey, I don't know what they're here for because obviously she hasn't done her job in 4 years.
And
Are
what
they?
these are like the
Are they?
recruit.
No. So these are the people that Teresa's mom hired to take care of her. And they are the same people that took her to the capital to be recruited. So they left her there and she's been alone because they essentially leave the kids alone to go through the test and whatever. So now they came back for her. And I don't know why. I haven't gotten to the part where they tell us why they're here, but
Ah, but I
I'm
feel like
guessing
she's gonna go in. Come
she's
help.
gonna get in. There's no other way.
Yeah, she's gonna go in.
She's gonna go
It's
in, but
just
there's
probably
no
just a
other
new
way.
complication that's being introduced, but Vele, you know, she's inside.
I'm just interested to see where the story's gonna go, where the author's gonna like go with this one. But yeah,
I
I don't
like
know.
she's not this author is not lazy to create drama for all her
No,
characters. Even this one has so
yeah,
much drama. Like he
it's
just
just
came onto the scene now, and he's got so much drama.
there's a lot. There's a lot of things happening. So, but I kind of like stories like this because essentially, if you don't know what the book is about, you can't really predict what the end goal is going to be. Like
Mm,
in my mind, I already know that Teresa is going to get into this council,
mm,
and I'm assuming that she's probably going to fall in love
the
with the
prince.
prince.
Or
But
maybe
now,
this guy also. Maybe it's gonna be a love triangle. So
maybe it's a love triangle because I like this guy. What's his name? Um, what's his name? Sanjit.
Mhm,
Sanjit really likes Teresa because he's like one of those kids who are like big, like he's big, but he's
mhm.
young. So
Okay,
he's
okay.
built very big, and but then he's like he's soft inside. But then his father used him to like kill people and all of that because all these kids
have what they call hollows, which is their magical abilities. And his ability is to pick up people's weaknesses. It could be
Oh.
physically, it could be emotionally, but then the father used that to put him in death pits where he would fight with people to the death.
But
And
but
an
why is
11-year
this
old,
one befriending this one? Because if that's his gift, guys, you see, she just introduced a complication.
like,
Ah,
yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't
ah.
know what's gonna happen. But
No,
yeah.
because if let's say Teresa's weakness is the fear of being discovered, or
Mm.
or trying to hide this secret, and this is this person's gift, he's going to know things that she's not going to tell him.
He's not supposed to know, and this is a person that they're close with. So I don't know. And Teresa's gift is she's able to, like, she steals memories from people. So if she touches you or touches an object that you've been in contact with, then she can steal your memories, basically see anything from your past. And
But
she can
does she
also,
make you forget, or does she see?
so she sees and she can make people forget, but only for short periods of time. So she helped Sanjit forget all the brutal things that his father made him do.
Mm.
So, but that was like for a couple of hours and then come back. So every night they were there
But that's kind
touching
of
so
clever
that
also, because it means if he figures her out, she can always
mm,
cancel that memory.
that memory. But then for how long? Because she hasn't figured out how to do it permanently. So he's gonna remember again after a
Mm.
while. And at some point, she was sharing her own memories with him to help him not think about his old memories. And I'm like,
Mm.
hey, one day she's gonna slip and she's something she's not supposed to share. So I don't know. I don't know where
This
we
is
can.
dramatic. But
It
what
is.
is the actual purpose of the besides entertaining the prince or the upcoming emperor or whatever? What is the actual purpose of the council? They're not part of like an army, or they just
No, they're
there
not.
for
So basically, their job, as far as I can see, is to protect this prince and to offer immunity from their, what do I call it? From their, well, it's one realm, but from their place of wherever they come from. So I said that there's 12 realms, right? The prince coming, like, not 12 realms. What do you call, there's 12, let's say, let's call them provinces. There's
yes.
12 provinces, and the prince is from the only one province. And the prince is born with the ray, right? So he's a ray bearer. And the prince also is born with one immunity. So they have 12 ways. When they say that when the world was created, there were 12 ways for people to die, right? So the prince, when he was born with immunity for one of the ways to die. Every time he anoints a new person from a different province, he gets immunity for that, for one of the other deaths. So there's
Oh.
this kind of this like pendant that he wears, which is a mask of a lion, and it has different color stripes. So each stripe represents a different kind of death. And before he gets all his council members like formed, because now he doesn't have all of them, he's left with two spots, and we know who those two spots belong to.
Yes, of course.
He's left with two spots, and therefore two colors remaining. And because he's left with those two colors, whatever those colors are, people can still kill him if they know that you are missing,
The
maybe
one. So
get
they can kill them in that in one of the
the
other,
other, yes,
in the
in
two
the
ways
two
that he's not
remaining.
protected. Okay.
Yes. So he's supposed to hide his mask at all times. So he needs to wear it at all times to protect him, but he always has to hide it up until he has his full council members there. So that's
But
what we're
then this
trying to do
doesn't,
too.
okay, fine. So unless the mother and the daughter know a 13th way to die, my thing is the minute he brings the daughter and the other guy into his council, then he's fully protected. How is she going to kill
He's
him?
fully protected for everybody outside, but then
Oh, but not
with the
okay.
people within his council, they
Okay.
can still
Okay.
kill him. That's why they take these kids through these tests to test their loyalty towards the prince, and they say that you have to love the prince more than life itself to be in the council. Yeah, you must die for this person. Basically, you must love him more than yourself. So they're trying to make sure that once you've been accepted in this council, you won't even want to kill him. All you want to do is protect him with everything that you have. So that's, but this child and the thing that lives inside of her, like we have no, like she's gonna be in this council. There's no other way. I just don't know
And
what's
somebody's
gonna
going
happen.
to die. This is the thing. At some
Somebody's
point,
going to die.
somebody's dying. Okay?
It,
Somebody's
it
going
might
to
be
die.
the current emperor, like the father. I don't know.
Yeah.
Somebody has to die. So,
What? Drama, yo, drama, drama,
what is
drama.
Eve? What is Eve saying there?
Eve, la. Eve, the thing is, okay, fine. The one thing that there's two things actually.
Mm,
Okay, the first thing that threw me off was she sounds a little bit more, because obviously we don't know how many years apart. We could calculate maybe. I don't know if they mentioned Eve's age in the previous books, but we know her
yeah.
age here. She's like 26, I want to say. But she sounds a bit more mature than in the previous books, right? But we
Mm,
only got glimpses of her, I suppose. But it seems like
yeah.
time has passed. She still does that thing of using the incorrect word and
I
still
was about to ask,
so like she's like, no,
and
this
then
is
she's like,
what I want to say. What I say, I say
"That's
what I say.
exactly what I wanted to say.
She's
Don't
still going
correct
around
me."
with her airpods in her ear while she's
Mm.
chilling with people, which I just don't get. And she's literally listening to music while she's talking to people. So that's another thing that I'm just like, okay.
Wow.
Um, the thing that I quickly picked up, which I don't know how I feel about it, I'm like, I'm not sure if I like this, is that Talia is writing about these black women, right, who are
Mm.
not your typical body type, right?
Yeah.
Um, but they're not, and like black women of African descent, right?
Yes.
And they're not falling in love with any African men. If you can see here,
Yep.
Eve Suter is also Caucasian.
What?
Chloe
Yeah.
Suter was Caucasian.
Mm-hmm.
Danny Suter is Indian, and we're not gonna sit and debate Indians being black, whatever. They're not of African descent. So
Yep.
I'm like, this
No.
was so great. I loved the fact that these were the women that she had like, brought
But
out.
why
But
couldn't they fall
not
for
one of them.
a
It's okay.
nice black guy?
Like for me, it's like okay, fine, it's okay. Like it's okay. We can all fall in love with any race that we, but none of them fell in love with a black man.
Mm.
I think the dad is black. I think both, obviously, both parents are black. So for me,
A
it's also
black.
like none of them thought that
And
maybe a black man.
just because they live in England or wherever they come from doesn't mean that there aren't black men there.
But this is
Like
what
I
I'm
was
saying. If
watching,
the mom
mm,
and dad are both black,
yeah,
then surely they
all the
can be.
kids and all of them.
None of them decided
Yeah.
that they can find a black. Yeah, you were watching.
I was watching a YouTuber. I don't remember who it was, but I think maybe it might have been Booked and Busy, like Erin from Booked and Busy, and she was complaining about romance novels written by black authors
Mm.
that most of them, the love interest is always white.
No, guys.
Like why?
And you know what? I'm vlogging this weekend, right? So I was saying that when I first picked this up, I was like, it is so important that these black romance writers write us into those kind of stories. It's not a joke. Like
Mm,
we might be laughing about it, etc., etc. But what are you
yeah,
actually communicating by the fact that
yeah,
women of this nature, who are evolved, obviously, because we're reading about them and their character development, etc., cannot
yeah.
attract a person who looks like them?
Mm,
I find that
yeah,
very problematic. And I also find it very problematic if the only people who, when they are in that kind of state, right, where they are so sure of themselves, when they are like I'm saying, evolved into the people that they are, that the only people that they can attract are Caucasian men, because two of these sisters, the love interest is Caucasian.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I don't. I also don't get it. Or like, remember this is also what we were complaining about with Ish. But I feel like every time we have, I'm on video, I'm just complaining about Wahala. But I didn't like. I like it. It still bothers me. It still bothers
Yeah,
me that
yeah,
in that whole book, also all the mixed race women were dating white men, except for what was her name?
Ronke, because she
Except for
wanted
Ronke.
a black man. Yeah.
Yes, she
And they made
wanted
it
a black
seem
man.
like she was deterring from the norm by wanting
Mm.
yeah, I hear you.
And the author made us dislike Ronke's boyfriend so much in the book, gave us all the flaws.
Hmm.
And I'm just like, and all their dads, Nje, are
Yeah, and
just
whereas
not good people.
the white men were
We're
close
just
to
perfect.
perfect.
Even the one that had a long distance marriage, which me, I don't believe, but it's fine.
It is
No,
what it
it's
is.
like,
That's what they decided to tell us. And you know what? I was saying also earlier that the recent romance that I read that had two black characters, even that was heavy. Like 7 Days in June. The the,
yeah.
the the background of these characters and the things that they're grappling. It's not a light, fluffy, romantic story that you would tell if you were putting. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And as much as sometimes,
Mm,
fine, let's say if I'm talking about Bridgerton, fine, Bridgerton does try to have that one little deep thing in the story, in the characters, right? But it's
yeah,
not heavy.
it's not
That
heavy
the characters in 7 Days in June have heavy backgrounds.
from
Now, like,
this
let two black people just come together and be happy. Like, do we have to
and be
weigh
cute.
down with all of these societal, political? Like, can't they just Jay,
Hi.
find each
Why
other
must we come from like broken families and all of that?
and we must be broken and come together as broken people
Mhm.
trying to mend it? No, no, no. Why can't we just be happy?
Hi guys, nah, I don't know. I haven't read a romance novel yet with two main black characters as love interests. Like 7 Days in June is the only one that I have on my shelves because
Mhm.
the likes of Queenie was also just obsessed with being with white
Mm,
men.
mm,
Um, Luster also
mm.
like
No,
where
guys. No, 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 no. Our brothers need some airtime on these books, please. No, no,
mm,
no. Mm-mm, mm. And
I don't.
the thing is, we don't realize how your mind can easily be programmed. Say now that I end up falling in love with this genre and I keep reading it more and more and more and more. And
Mm,
I currently believe myself to be mainly attracted to men of African descent. I might start seeing Caucasian men as the ultimate goal. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Because
yeah.
you keep painting them like our black sisters keep painting them in this light. And I'm like, there's nothing wrong. Like I'm
Mm,
saying, like I don't mind like interracial relationship. I really don't mind any of that stuff. But I'm just
mm.
concerned that there can be three books that come out and none of
And
these
then
sisters.
none of them. No.
No.
And it's always a black woman with a white man. How often do we see a white woman
White woman
with the
with a black
with a
man.
black man? I don't know. I don't know of any books. I don't know if anybody knows of any books. But yeah, it's a little bit concerning. Like I want to read a book where black men are like told in a good light. Like he mustn't just be this abusive person because he's
Oh, this
damaged because he
prick
came from
because yeah. And
I
maybe
don't
if
know.
he does make it, he's going to be a prick who's holding on to the success. Like I don't know.
Mm,
Nah, so I found that very problematic. But I was like, okay, you know what? Like, let's not get deep. Sometimes I decide for my own sanity not to be a critical reader, especially if I've told myself that I want to enjoy the book. But
yeah.
obviously, there are certain things that are glaring. But sometimes I just go into the book and say, okay, I can see what the
Let me
problem was
just
here. I'm going to ignore them. All the red flags, it's okay. I'm ignoring all of them. I'm just here for a
I
good
just want
time.
the
Okay,
story.
thanks. Exactly.
Mm. I'm just gonna
Exactly.
pretend like the characters are
Yeah.
other people.
Yeah. 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 Pretty much.
I get you. Cause like I remember the video that I was talking about, I watched it way before I even started reading romance. And I'm like, well,
Mm,
me, I don't know because I'm not
mm,
reading this genre. But obviously, I'm also picking up the stuff that are more popular in terms of
mm,
romance. There's probably like some romance books that are just including black characters. I don't know,
mm. In fact, if
but
anybody here knows, because I'd also like those recommendations, and like
mm,
not like a 7 days in June. Like I don't want a
I
heavy
don't want trauma.
backstory. I don't want these people to be traumatized. I just want happy people coming together and falling in love. Like,
Mm.
please, we need to
I
see
just
it.
want a cute love story. That's it.
Exactly.
That is it.
Exactly.
Well, I guess people could offer. What is the book that by Bolu Babaloa? Babalola.
Okay, fine. Like Love and Color. Fine. That's
Living Color.
a collection.
That's a
Yeah.
collection of short stories. I want a
I just
novel.
want to, yes, exactly.
I
How
want a
we are on the
novel.
same page. We are exactly on the same page.
I don't
I
know.
gave
What time
I
to give it
gave
now?
Love and Color all the accolades I could give it, but the
Mm.
thing is, when you short stories often feel like nibbles, right? You almost want to say, "Give me a little bit more." Like, are we
Mm-hmm.
done? Like, please.
Yeah.
So those stories did have a potential, but they are short stories. I want a act your age Eve Brown, and I want
A
that black man on the
350
cover.
page.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Maybe one. Instructions for dancing.
But I think that's like a
What
YA. These are
that
not
is a
YAs that
YA.
I'm referring to, right?
Yeah,
And not that there's
that
anything
was a
wrong, but for
YA.
me, it's like a cute little girl. Like it's not that
Yeah, that
not that
was like
they haven't formulated their perspectives of the world, but to an extent, right? It's different when you're reading teenagers to when you're reading, like for example, in
adults.
Seventh Days, is 30-something-year-olds, right? So you know that
Mm,
their perception of life is different, kind of like
it's
when you're reading a 26-year-old, right? So at
mm,
that age, I would think that you would think I can
yeah.
choose a black person for myself because this is what I want.
Yeah, and
You know?
also when you're reading it from a young person's perspective, they haven't been hurt enough. Everything is still cute. Everything is still like pure.
Mm. And I think that's the thing for me that I couldn't the only endearing thing for me I don't want to lie, out of instructions for dancing was it the older couples like input in the story.
Mhm.
That's the only thing that I enjoyed. But I was like, shame, yes, when my daughter is 14, I must keep this book for her because otherwise it's really not for me. It's cute and all, like I'm saying, but I'm like,
Mm.
nah,
But
it's
it's
not for
not
me.
it's not what we're talking about. It's not a romance
I wouldn't
story that
even
we need to
classify
do.
it as romance. That's how, for
Yeah.
me, that's how it's kind of like more of a friendship that is mixed with some kind of coming of age story that
Yes.
obviously, puppy love, your first understanding of girl boy relationship. But I wouldn't say it's a romance, if you hear what I'm trying to
Yeah.
say.
Also wouldn't classify it as a romance book. Simona says Eve Brown is her fave.
I think I'm gonna enjoy this one also.
And I don't have the third one. Yes, I need to get
Yeah.
the third one. I think now it's better. Like you can find it in the bookstores, because
Yeah.
last year you could not find it in the
Oh.
bookstores at all. And even on Take a Lot, it would take like 12 days to get here.
Oh. Okay.
But now I saw it the other day at Exclusive Books.
Ah.
Um, my
Let
book
me
is
see.
giving me just right
Maybe I know
vibes. That's
this.
one of my
Is this
favorite
a
movies.
movie? What's
I've
just
never
right?
watched it.
I know the
I watch it
title, but
like
I don't know.
three, four times a year. Yo.
Oh, I guess and I don't even. Is that the movie with? Does it have? I want to say it's got Queen Latifah, but I'm gonna be lying. Just tell us if it's a movie and who's in the movie. It sounds familiar, but
Mm,
I don't know.
I don't know it. Okay, she's saying she's reading Black on Black Love.
So this is
But
the
you make it
boyfriend
drama.
project.
Ah, but then it's drama. I just want
Yeah, Just please, like, can we just come together and fall in love without conniving, without having projects, without like, you know,
And two
I mean,
other
it's
women and
already,
conning each other.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
want that.
Yeah, listen,
I want a nice.
yeah,
But
yeah.
I guess it's the same also in movies, because
Yes, yes.
we have the movies. It's a black on black love. It's just like
Yeah, it's always complicated or it's always deep.
it's
There,
always deep.
it's
It's
not
always
easy.
painful. I no.
Nah.
Or
It's
like
good
it's
now.
funny.
Like, I did think it had Queen Latifah, but in my head, I'm like, what goes on in this movie? I know the title, and I'm pretty sure it's got Queen Latifah, but I'm not
I've never
sure.
watched it.
There's one of those old,
Mm.
heartwarming black. So, but obviously, there's gonna be some kind of traumatic background or sad story in between. But and
Mm.
ultimately, there's love somewhere. With Kuri, we must
Somewhere,
dig for the love somewhere, somewhere, somehow the love will come
somewhere
out.
there's love. Somewhere they
A lot.
remembered to
It's a
add a
lot.
love story.
Exactly. That's a lot.
Hi.
So this did bother me. I don't want to lie. When I opened up Eve, I was like, yeah,
Again.
here we go. Here we
Hush,
go.
I don't know. Let me see if maybe Google knows. Romance
Mm.
books.
Hey, Auntie. Let me put up her comment while you search.
Okay.
Uh, okay, I'm back. Hey, I was passing out on the couch trying to not read or watch anything, but
Mm.
just sit in silence. Hi, Boena. So, are you reading now? Or did you need silence? Because also, with the little ones, I get you actually. I get the whole need for just give me like 15 minutes of nothing. I get it. I get it. But hopefully you're reading. Did you finish Love in Color?
I'm not
Nothing coming
sure.
up. Hey, the way that you are
Okay.
sounding. Maybe go
So,
on
so,
to.
so
Did you go on to
I
Fuji?
found, so I'm on Google,
Mm.
romance book with black on black love, because I said romance book with black love and Get a Life Chloe Brown was still there. So clearly Google doesn't understand my question.
No, I didn't understand the assignment because
And then
where's Get Alive? Not Get Alive.
hi, and then I found, so I said with black on black love. So I found in every mirror she's black, ne? But also that sounds like heartbreak.
And also mystery. It sounds like there's gonna
Ah,
be drama.
or like it sounds like one of those, like looking just at the title. It sounds like wherever she goes, like she's reminded that she's
That is
black.
black. No, that's not what we
Nay,
want.
I
What
don't
in
want that.
every mirror? It says
In
in every
every
mirror.
mirror, she's black.
She okay.
And there's another
By
one.
black
Ah, but you
vampire.
see, this is not right. What we don't talk about. It's a black girl, but then there's a white guy. Are we
Mm,
not like
guys,
them? A love hate thing.
mm, mm, mm.
If I don't have you, looks like maybe black on black. Because now I'm even looking at Hebane.
Right, this one is already out. I went to look for the
Nomasurazi.
synopsis. I want to
Hanga
look for the
Google.
synopsis on Goodreads. Ne? This one in
Mm,
every mirror she's black. Even it's
yeah.
just a few two sentences. A timely and arresting debut for anyone looking for insight into what it means to be a black woman in the world. Ah, okay.
Oh,
Mm-mm,
I don't want that.
mm-mm. Ah, yeah, yeah. Listen, three black women are linked in unexpected ways to the same influential white man in Stockholm. Ah, okay. Ah, okay. It's always the black woman and the
Andizi.
white man.
Andizi.
Ah,
Did you see? I told you about that title. In every
cut,
mirror,
cut.
she's black. I
Hi, cut, cut, cut. It's always the black woman and the white man. No,
no,
babes.
mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
No. Andes. Yeah, if I don't have you, actually does look like black and black romance.
Mm.
A love hate thing. I'm not so sure. And then they put Crave. Oh, this
I
is
don't know.
lies. Crave is a
I created
fantasy
this.
about vampires
Oh,
written
maybe
by
they
Tracy
black.
Wolf.
Saibena. Maybe they black vampires.
Maybe. One True Loves. I don't know if I trust Google's um, answers. Black love matters. You see, it's just gonna
Mm-mm. Now
no.
On Pila says, I listened to In Every Mirror She's Black, and you're right. All three protagonists were somehow linked together by this one white guy. Aye. No, thank you
It's not.
very much. We get
This
it.
is not.
Black women and white men, whatever that recipe is in romance, we get it. Can we try something else?
We need something else. We honestly need something else. I
Um,
hope it's dry. Hey, I know
hmm?
it's dry. I'm not finding.
That is so sad.
I'm
No.
scrolling so far that I even ended up with Colin Hoover Verity. Like, guys, hey,
But look at
noise.
what Opina is saying here. Atim
Look,
go okay. Cima, no love in their share. But did you ask for romance when you googled these things? Were you not looking for romance, Charity? Did you not say
I was
black on
look.
black love?
So I searched romance books with black on black love. That was my
She
search.
says there's no love here again in this book. Just rude reminders that the women are black all the way. Okay.
And this is in every mirror she's black. Nah,
Yes.
I just knew it. I just knew it. I can't.
Okay.
I don't want it. I don't want that. I know black authors. Can we just do better, Shem? Like as black women in relationships with black men, we want to see examples. We
Exactly.
want to see like
Exactly.
we want something to look forward to.
Exactly.
Not no man.
It's like you can't
No.
romanticize these connections because, well, why? Because I also
Why?
don't understand the reason why. Or
I
is it
also don't
because
know
people think
because
that those kind of stories won't sell? Like, what is the story behind every
there's
black
so many
girl falling in love with a white boy? What is the
white
story
men.
behind that?
I don't
And
understand.
then they never have problems. They live happily ever after.
Ever
They don't
after,
have a
and
hitch, and
there's no cultural issues at all, which for me I find very hard to believe. Like nothing. There's
no.
so
There's no
many.
such thing because even let's say talk about a predominantly black country like South Africa, when you
Mm,
mix a even within Nguni, Xhosa person and a Zulu person, there are
they're
differences in
already
our
cultural.
culture that
Mm,
we will have to navigate. There is no way that you're gonna now take a different race altogether and say
mm,
there they were and they
it's
lived happily ever
perfect.
after. No,
Mm.
Njani.
It's not. No, it's not. It's not honest. It's like you're painting a story that's not there. Um, but yeah, no, I don't. I don't believe it to be. I don't believe it to be true.
No, it obviously is not a reflection of reality because, like, if you're saying as black women who are in romantic partnerships with black men, that means that a lot of black women actually do end up with black men, but they're not in the books. They're not in the
We're
romance.
not in the books. Yeah.
Where you gonna find
When
yourself? Where you gonna find yourself? And this is what I was saying the other day that you know what, there's a lot that can be said around the topic of representation. People just think that now you're gonna be happy because you saw Chloe Brown
there's a black
because
woman
she's
in
a
there.
chubby plus size girl and she's finding love. But who is she finding
Mm,
love with? Because that also matters.
with mm, because like essentially like the thing about representation, like maybe this the conversation is getting to be deep, but the thing
Mm,
about representation for me, it's not only yes, it's good to see yourself represented in movies, TV shows, books, and whatever,
mm,
right? But also, what is being presented? Because if you're reading a book, yes, there's a black character in there, but then they
mm,
still have internalized racism. Like that's
mm,
we are not
mm.
tackling these things. You're just covering up with, okay, there's a black woman, but then I'm
Yeah,
gonna give her a love interest that will
yeah.
make her comfortable because she already has her own issues with her
Mm,
own race, you know.
mm,
And it's the
mm,
same thing that I'm starting to like now feel a little disappointed by when it comes to children's books. Because
mm,
with my daughter, like when I started buying her kitty books and I wanted just I was buying her children books with black characters in it, and but all of them are all about hair. Like
mm, mm, mm. Mm.
When are we
Because
gonna get
clearly
our?
there's nothing else of substance. We can't even talk about teeth, okay?
Let's talk about
Oral
teeth. like,
hygiene, okay? We can't even talk about that. No, because
like
teeth are
it's
teeth,
only
I suppose.
like that's why I was so happy to get the copy of what's the name of that book? It was recently published by Pan. Something about she's wonderful. I posted a picture about it. I actually got so excited. I'm like, finally,
I
a
think I might have
children's
seen
book,
that.
a children's book that has nothing to do with hair.
Yeah.
Um, Wonderfully made. It's just about this little black girl being the best person that she can be. Like,
Mm.
has absolutely nothing to do with her hair and loving her
Mm.
hair and all of that. Like,
Mm.
there's other things to talk
There's a book
about.
that I actually, now that you remind me, there's a book that I got a few. I want to say it was about 3 years ago. Togo, something about Togo, ne?
Oh, Togo, the Togo series. I also have like
Yes,
two
by
or
Nikki
three
Daly.
books by
By
Nikki
Nikki
Daly.
Daly.
Yeah,
That one was quite nice. It didn't go
that
into
one
those
is
kind of
nice.
things. Yeah,
That one
yeah,
is nice because it
yeah.
tackles other issues, not just
Mhm.
I love my hair. My hair is pretty.
Mm, mm,
I
mm.
love my
And
kinks and
it
quills.
also
Oh
helps.
yes.
It helps with the teaching of various things, right? Like being
Mm,
kindness, like certain virtues you can teach through the reading of those stories, which is quite nice.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
So I was saying about the black girls in terms of representation as well, is that now you start seeing other things that yes, she might look like you, but this person is nothing like you because then the other things come up like class. It's either they have to be too poor or too rich. There's no middle ground, and most of us who are reading this are probably middle class people, so it makes no sense
mm,
that you can't fully connect with a Chloe Brown because she comes from filth, okay?
yeah,
As in rich, like they're filthy rich,
they're
trust
rich.
fund. You
Mm.
can't you might say, oh, a chubby chick on the, but she's not
Mm.
you, okay? She's really
And you
not you.
also and you also can't relate to what was the character's name in Luster because she came
I
from
I haven't read it.
poorness.
Exactly. So
I
it's always the one end of the
of
spectrum.
the
It's never
spectrum.
like a
Mm.
normal everyday person who's living a normal everyday life, you know?
Right.
So
And Luster and Queenie are so frustrating to me because essentially Luster
is
is this
Laska the
young
name of
woman.
the character?
No, Luster is the name of the
Okay.
book.
Okay. Okay.
So, Luster, we follow this young woman. I'm trying to remember what her name is. But she's like 23. She essentially is an artist, but she hasn't gotten a job in that profession. And she's broke. She's sharing this dingy flat with her roommate. And she ends up getting into this relationship with an older white man.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly she's getting into it for financial reasons. She's hoping he's just going to support her. But then
Mm-hmm.
the things that he lets her do, or the things that she says about herself, it's like so disgusting. And
In
I'm
front
just
of
like,
this man.
hey,
In front of this man.
no, it like internally, like to
Internal
herself,
dialogue. Okay. Mm-hmm.
internal dialogues, and also some of the things that she says, like she lets the guy hit her. And to her, it will be she lets him hit her because I don't know if that's spicy for their relationship, but then you can actually see to the core how he's enjoying hitting this black woman when he doesn't do the same to his wife, to his white wife. He will never touch his white wife, but then he enjoys like hitting this black woman, and for the mere fact that she says, "If you want to slap me, you can slap me as hard as you want. You can punch me."
Maybe the message is different. Maybe they're not trying to sell romance to us in those specific kind. Because okay, fine, we both read Chloe Brown. We see how attentive and present Redford is, right? So
Mm.
he doesn't strike us as having, if he grow up, he'd be like this white man, right? But maybe
Yeah.
in these kind of stories, they try to tell us, Kuti, don't be fooled. Life is not what you think it is. These people are
And
still.
I
Mm.
read last time. I don't know what I was supposed to get from there.
Oh, okay, then that's bad. That's very bad.
I
No,
don't know
it's
what I
okay.
was supposed to, like. The only thing that what like the writing was actually really nice. Like you can see this author is actually talented. Like the
Mhm.
writing was good.
Mhm.
but hi, I don't
The
like I
point was not there.
the main character is so destructive. She's so self-destructive, and
Mm.
at least Queenie at the end of it, she was trying to
There
fix
was
her
some
life somehow.
resolution.
She was trying to fix her life because Naya, she was just like letting these men do these things to her and having such low self-esteem and
Maybe,
feeling
maybe
no
they're not
self
trying to
worth.
say, and they're not trying to just point at the trauma of all these political and racial um situations and how people end up turning out because of I'm just wondering because I haven't read my queen is still on my shelf. Every time I think of picking it up, I remember that everybody complains and says the main character is frustrating. So I'm like,
No,
okay, I'll pick it up one day. I don't know when.
I feel like I still need to go back and actually maybe find a video where the authors are talking about these books and their thought process over it. Like, why did you write this book? What was your idea? What was your point?
Maybe it is to highlight the remaining the remainder of those kind of scars and what they do on a generational maybe like
Maybe.
level, especially to women, maybe.
Mm,
Like I'm saying, I haven't read these books because I'm
yeah.
like, what is the what where's the fun, or what's the point in giving us like what like low self-esteem porn. Basically that's what it's gonna be, because now we
Mm.
just watching page by page go by of somebody who hates themselves, showing the world that they hate themselves. So what's the point?
What's the
If it's not
point?
that, then
That's
I
the
don't
thing.
understand. Yeah.
Because I was just waiting for the main character Nasta to just redeem herself, Nyana, something. But she's like a character who just went and like slept with every single white man in her company and got kicked out of her job because one of them, I guess, um, told HR about it. But what did she think? Like,
Oh woman. So what you're saying is this story has a beginning, but there's no middle and there's no end because nothing changes.
nothing
No,
changes.
no,
It
but
just
is that
ends
what you're
weird.
saying?
This is what I'm saying. It's just the writing that's
So
beautiful.
how does
Like you
it
can
end? How
see
do you guys know you're at the end? How does it
when
end?
the page ends, when the words finish.
So were you not looking for the rest of the book when you were done? Were you like that, like, hey, what's going
I
on?
looked, you know, I looked, I even read acknowledgements. I need to read acknowledgements. I even read acknowledgements because I'm like, there must be something. Like, there
You
must be
missed
something.
it.
Tell me something that explains what I just read. Because I just don't know. I don't know what I just read. What do I say about this? I hated the main character. I don't know, like if I hated the main character or this love interest more. I just I, and then on top of it, ne, I get it, the main character is black, 23, in a relationship with this white man who's married because he's in open marriage, and then this white man and his wife happen to have an adopted black child who's a teenager, and now the main character, our 23-year-old, somehow comes into this relationship so swiftly. Like the wife is just like, oh, it's fine, as long as you help Span Bunny with her hair, because I don't know what to do with her hair. Like now you're befriending. Like what is
Bro,
happening?
this is so offensive. Who
Last time was offensive. Last
is the
time
author black?
the author is black. Let me,
Is it American?
yeah,
That is so
Raven
offensive.
Leilani. The author is Raven Leilani. Let me see if I can find a picture because I
The
should.
more I hear about Luster, the more I know I'm never gonna
Mhm.
read it. I know that there's a friend of mine who tried. I want to say she tried to listen to it, but she also got very frustrated at the very beginning, and she was on some. I'm not.
And
Thank you.
it's very vulgar, man. It's vulgar. And even on the back of Luster, you know what it says? For fans of Queenie. Who are the fans of Queenie? Where are the people?
It's clearly not you. This
Where
book,
are
it
the
told you
fans?
that you are not the target audience. You are not a fan of Queenie. So what were
Where's the
you doing
fans?
opening Luster?
Um, yeah, she's
Who are the fans of Queenie?
African American, from what I can tell.
Hey, maybe there's a deeper reason and we just haven't
Nah,
quite.
I need that deeper reason because
Mm,
I honestly I don't
mm.
understand.
They are
I
just
don't
trying to show
understand.
us the trauma left behind by these racial things on black women. That is what they are trying to tell us.
But the main character in Luster, like she already had her own trauma with her own parents.
On top of societal trauma, kaloku, when a charity, it
On
also
top of
she's
it,
just trying to highlight that even these political things are weighing her down. Her parents are traumatizing her. Society is traumatized. She's got nowhere to escape, and all she's ever known is this hierarchy in race where the white man is here.
and you
I
were
don't know
just
what
sitting
I don't know what
somewhere.
I'm saying. I've never read any of that. I don't know what I'm saying. But I'm
But
just
you're
assuming that these authors clearly must have another point.
there's another point that we're not getting from reading the actual books.
Yeah.
The main character's name is Eddie.
I
And
last no
Eddie,
one seems to like it. Even Sams is here
no,
saying
it's not
I didn't like last at
Luster
all. And
because
then
it
she said she
says
loved Queenie.
mm,
So yeah.
this is the
But it
synopsis
said
for
for
Luster.
fans of Queenie. So why didn't you like last? It's for you, Mus.
Yes, it's
It's
you are
for
the fan
fans
of Queen.
of
And then
Queenie.
Queenie frustrated me. She frustrated me. Like when you just see her keep making the same mistakes over and over again, and I'm just like,
Girl,
why, Queenie,
get a life,
why?
Queenie. Get a life.
I, mm-mm.
Hmm?
Pila said, could we talk about both your lighting before the 50-minute break ends? Or
This
is
is
it
not
Good
how
Friday?
50 minutes also. I don't know how
Go
many
for it.
minutes it's been.
Y'all be popping.
We are pumping.
Last nonsense. I want to read the synopsis for Luster because I've actually never read the synopsis, so maybe I missed something I didn't know when I was
All
reading.
you saw was for fans of Queenie. That's all you saw. And
That's all I saw. And I'm like, this was never for me. So it says Eddie is just trying to survive.
please. I
What do
feel
you
like
want?
you lost that very crucial point you when you are reading that book. Poor
Yeah,
girl just
I
trying to
lost.
survive.
She's just trying to survive, right?
Please.
She's messing up her dead end admin job in her all white office, is sleeping with all the wrong men, and has failed at the only thing that meant anything to her, painting. No one seems to care that she doesn't really know what she's doing with her life beyond looking for her next hookup. What do you want? And then she meets Eric, a white middle aged archivist with a suburban family, including a wife who has sort of agreed to an open marriage and an adopted black daughter who doesn't have a single person in her life who can show her how to do her hair. What did I say? Mind you, this is the first time I'm reading the
Why
synopsis,
are you
right?
guys reading this? This cannot be the synopsis, child. This is not the
This is the
synopsis.
first time I'm reading the synopsis. And I told you about the hair because literally this is the reason Eddie basically
No, but how can it
like
be in the synopsis? It can be maybe a by the way to show a certain type of character in the book. Fine, like it can't be the only thing that is said between these two black characters.
this that's the only thing like that we have in common. My life is
I'd
fine
never pick
with
up a
these
book like
white
that.
parents. I just need help with my hair. That's it. That's all I need from you. I
No,
need help
guys,
with my
like
hair.
maybe maybe people stumbled into this because, like us, maybe they don't read the back of books or synopsis. Because now I don't do that.
Sure.
But if I'd read that, I was never gonna read that book. Nothing there says I want to read. And the only thing that I got that might have intrigued me was the first line. Now, shame, Eddie's just trying to
You're trying to
survive.
survive. She should have
Then,
left it as
then it
that.
spirals very quickly. It goes
That should have
downhill
been
after
the
that.
synopsis, and then we figure it out when we get there. And then they go on to say, as if navigating the constantly shifting landscape of sexual and racial politics as a young black woman wasn't already hard enough, with nowhere else to go, Eddie finds herself falling headfirst into Eric's home and family. Oh, yeah, because she ended up living with them, by the way.
Wait. But give me that first line. As if what was
As
not
if
had enough.
never. navigating her constantly shifting landscape of sexual and racial politics as a young black woman wasn't already hard
I know,
enough.
but don't normalize that. Don't normalize how she
Don't
navigated
normalize
this.
it.
That's not how
Yes,
everybody navigates. Well, we all navigate a lot of things in life, but not like that.
but not like this. Not by sleeping
I
with
know.
literally she
I know.
the way that there was a whole chapter where she was just talking about how she slept with every single guy in her office. Mind you, I guess
Black
she's the
person.
one of the only two black women in the office. She slept with every single white guy. And the book goes on to explain to us how her experiences were with each and every one of them. I did not need to read that chapter.
What is
It's
the
not
point
the
of
kind
this
of
book?
spice that I needed in the book.
What is the kind? What sorry? What is the point of this book?
I'm still trying to. I don't know. I thought the synopsis was gonna tell me,
What
but the
guys? That
synopsis,
line, that first line, I think they should have left it there.
and
Eddie
then
is just trying to
it's
survive.
razor sharp. I would agree. Provocatively page turning. It's provocative, but it's not page turning. At
But even
many
this
times,
provocation, it's forced. It's forced. It sounds like a forced.
it's
Like
forced. It
you,
is.
you. Yes, fine. We manufacture things in stories and whatever. But this one, it feels
Mm,
like a forced
it's
provocation.
forced. It's like Raven Leilani's Luster is a painfully funny. I did not find anything funny. It's a
I
painfully
don't
funny
know. So there
debut
was no
about,
humor.
and me, I didn't find it. Now I was angry the whole
And
time.
now she's saying there's no point, just wasted our time and money.
There was no
But
point
guys,
at
you know that
all.
there was a point where I was saba welling when I was seeing that book on the timelines. Ne? I think it's the cover
Which is
because I was like, yo,
mm,
I would
which is
love
the
to
reason
own.
which is the reason I have it because of the summer wells, because Instagram lied again. They sell us
But
dreams.
for me, I don't feel like I read anybody's anything about Luster. I just kept seeing the cover next. So I can't say people were
So,
lying because I don't know if they were saying this is a crap book, like under
or
their
not.
actual captions. I just kept
So,
seeing the pictures and I was like, I summer well this book for
summer
myself.
wells. So I kept seeing the pictures and then I requested. And then
Mm.
while mine was on the way, I saw Pretty Ex Bookish saying this book is trash. And I'm like, damn it. And I'm like, no,
You've already asked,
no.
girl. You've already asked. You must wait for your
I've already
delivery. Yeah,
asked. It's on its
yeah, and you
way.
must read it.
Ish. Asham, Lasta was hard. I tried, like, I started Lasta last year. I
Mm.
only finished it last month because I
All
started it
right.
in my
Not you saying you saw it last year.
I started it last year. And then the only reason I finished it is because you know what? I just need to
It
get
just
like
it was one of those things you just needed to let go of. You couldn't go
yo,
into the
it's
next chapter of your life with that book hanging.
because it has an audiobook and it's a short book. It's a short book and it has an audiobook. But even that audiobook, you know what we were talking about the last time that if you're listening to like smut and you're just like, who's next to me?
Yes. Yeah.
This one you're just like, wait, I need to take this off. Why? Why am I listening to this? Like, yo, no, last time,
The mother says she's seen
no.
mixed reviews.
I haven't seen
Ah,
a review that
but also
says
no. From the synopsis alone, what Charity just read, I'm also on Sama. They should have kept it at Eddie is trying
Eddie's
to
trying to
survive.
survive. That's
That
it.
is all that matters in the story. The rest of it, I. Uh, mm-mm,
Eddie was trying to survive is all they could have given us.
mm-mm. Even in the
Um,
actual content of the book, we must see Eddie trying to survive because what you have told me, it does not sound like a survival story. It
it
sounds like
doesn't like
a highly traumatized person just causing self harm. That's all I'm hearing. I don't hear anyone trying to survive here.
because to me, if this older man was actually uh, giving her money, having her move out of that crappy
Mm,
apartment with the rats and the cockroaches, the only
mm.
way that her life got better was her moving into their house.
Even that for me.
So
So you want this
it's not.
person in close proximity? What's the story?
This is not survival. I get what this is. This is causing
It's
trouble.
Big Brother. It's
The
Big
poor
Father.
little
It's
ah, the poor little black girl who's there being adopted. she's worried because you're causing a rift now in this marriage. And it's like, dude, I just came into this
But
family. I don't
but
want to be shipped off
no,
again to another
Eddie
family.
is just trying to survive.
You're right, Eddie. Mm-mm.
No, but this
Eddie
is
and Queenie.
ridiculous. Also, no, Shem.
No, Eddie and Queenie, I just don't know. But yeah,
No,
maybe we should
I'm still gonna pick up
sprint.
Queenie, but last time I probably would even buy it second hand. Maybe
No,
I'll
I
read
feel
it
like,
else.
you know, at some point when I was reading and I was like, I don't even know what's worse between Luster and Queenie at this point. But now I'm
Well,
like, I know Shem Luster was worse. Queenie, at least, guys, Queenie at the end just she
wrapped it
tried.
up. So,
She tried. Like
yeah.
I can give that to her. She tried. She's very frustrating, but
Mm,
at least parts of her was like, I know this is not right, but somehow she's pulled back into it.
mm.
Eddie?
No,
Oh,
no
Eddie just
development.
went head first.
No
She just
character development. All the time, head first.
head first.
So tell
Head
me, does she
first.
live then does she live with this family forever and ever? Amen.
What happened in the end? I think that's what happened. Oh, did she move out? No, I think at some point she moved out. I think it's some because no, she made this marriage weird. Well, the couple made it weird by
I was
making it
about to
open.
say, Aibo, how do you take in? I hear you, not that I get it, but I hear the whole concept of an open marriage. But then open marriage doesn't mean bring in your partners to
And
live
your
with
partner
us
must come
here.
live with me. And then this open
No.
marriage was seemed to only be also one sided because the wife,
Oh,
yeah,
okay, so the husband was the only one open.
yeah, the husband was the one with the constant present there. The wife, just like they told us one time where she dabbed her toe into the next pond, but that was it. The husband Jenna is there with a constant somebody. So this open relationship is one sided to me, not to me.
I
Oh
last
yeah,
her,
she
Shem,
did.
the
Okay,
more you
she
speak,
moved out.
yeah, she moved out. Hey, the more you
How is
speak,
she?
the more
So
I'm
how
like,
is she surviving now?
hey, when Eddie is just trying to survive,
How
don't
is she
ask us difficult
surviving now?
questions. All you need
How
to know
is she
is that wherever she
surviving
is,
now?
all she's trying to do is to survive.
Mm.
Hello, we don't know. You're not telling us. Maybe the man gave her some money, got her a new apartment in the
Simona, do
end.
you remember him giving her money? Because nah, I don't remember her
Oh, look, how
giving
did she
money.
move out of comfort for nothing?
I
After
Well, something
prostituting herself.
happened. Something happened for her to move out. Maybe do I should I tell you because you're not interested in reading?
No, I'm not. I'm never gonna read it. Don't get me wrong. Like it's never gonna happen because you're
So
not the first person I've heard who's done some.
mm,
Yeah, what happened?
so it seems like the wife and this husband couldn't get pregnant, and I think it was the husband whose situations was not working. That's why they ended up then again adopting. But then it caused a rift in their relationship, but then they were not very intimate as people who are trying for a child also should be. Because Eddie ended up pregnant. Eddie ended up pregnant. But
And
I
then
think I think Eddie lost the child, if I remember correctly. You see, it's been a month, ne? But I've even lost pieces of because I just my mind just doesn't want to hold
so
the story.
got pregnant by this guy that you
But
people
this
thought
guy,
his instrument was not working.
yeah, yep. And what
And then
happened to
the
him?
wife, what the wife
Hey
then
guys,
got jealous and said she must leave.
no, like she got I think she got a miscarriage.
So why
What
did she
happened?
leave? Is my
I think
question.
why do I have a feeling like this old man died of a heart attack or something like that?
Hi.
I'm trying to remember the story. I feel like he died.
That book is problematic. I feel like everybody who's
Right.
read that book needs to open a live and just chill, and we will watch you guys talk about your
To
frustrations
talk
because I
about
don't
it. No,
understand.
it was very problematic. Like there was, that's what I'm saying. The only redeeming quality was that the writing, like the writing was actually good. Like you can see that Raven is actually very
Why
talented.
not?
She
She
can
must try
write.
another story.
She must
Must
just
try
try
another
other
story.
books, like try other
And the thing is also
things.
this pressure of black people or black authors having to write about these kind of things. Okay, I don't know. I feel like fine to some extent. I don't mind Talia, even though yes, I picked up this thing about these Caucasian men and whatever. But I'm like,
Mm,
yes, girl, stay away from these dramatic things and politics and issues of race and issues of history and whatever. Just write about your love stories, when I girl, and these various illnesses that we hardly ever hear about. Write
yeah,
about your love, because here the Agiritalia's men always have something, right?
yeah.
Um, Fine, Red had his own issues with self doubt, etc. You
Mm,
see, Zaf has anxiety. This one, what's his name? Jacob. He's somewhere on the autism spectrum. So I'm like, yes,
okay.
stick to those things. You know,
So
everybody's
we
gonna
like
relate to
that.
them. Huh?
Mm.
Yeah.
So we like that part of it. I'm trying to see um what. So basically, I'm trying to actually see their partners, these authors' partners, if they
You
actually
are
in a
opening up
relationship with like,
a cane
because
of
maybe
worms.
they're writing from their own um
You are going to open
experiences. I
a
don't
cane
know.
of worms. But remember that other lady said she's it's part about her and her friends. That one that you don't like from that book that you don't like.
Yeah, but then self. I think she's mixed race, and she said
Yeah,
it stems
yeah,
from her relationship with
yeah,
her friends.
yeah.
But I feel like she could have went a different direction with the book.
Of course. That's what I'm trying to say
Like
also
she
with
could
these
have.
black authors, that you don't always have to write about these things.
I'm trying to find.
Hi, last year, Nashem, you guys need a support group. Honestly, like the more I think about it, the more I'm like, you guys
No, Lasta
deserve.
is not.
Hi,
No, Lasta is not. Is really, really not it.
mm-mm.
No, I can't. I can't. I can't find anything. People have Googled Talia Hibbert husband. I don't even know if she has a husband.
Oh, is
So it
it?
seems like okay. So Talia Hibbert actually also has chronic pain, and
Oh.
that's how she got to writing "Get Alive, Chloe
Oh.
Brown."
Mm.
That's actually wow. I didn't know that.
That's
She's written
interesting.
more than oh yeah, she has written a lot of books before. Maybe her other books um have
I'm not sure.
ma- I don't
All I'm
know.
gonna say is that I'm probably not going to look any further because I will be very upset. Like I feel like I've come to terms with what she's done with this. But if I
Mm.
go looking and I find that she's doing the same thing elsewhere,
And
I'm not
she's
gonna
been doing it.
I'm not going to be happy.
Mm. Hi. Mm-mm. No, but with that
Because
said,
even
I think I'm gonna
thinking, even Gigi, the
the
the grandmother,
grandmother.
I think that the yoga instructor is white. I agree.
Is she dating
It sounds like she's having a lesbian relationship with the yoga instructor.
with it? Mm.
So now
Hey,
I'm like, this family guys got to whatever happened to black people. So the only
yeah,
people that
where are the
are
black
together
people?
and black are the parents.
Mm. Hi. I don't
And
know.
yes, I also don't know.
Should we
I don't.
sprint?
Yes, let's.
Oh no. What did I do? Okay. Let's just start the sprint. Let's see what Ray Barrow has for me because these other
Best of
people,
luck. Drama.
my drama, teenage drama. Mm. Hi.
Hey, hey.
Getting tired.
Oh, we need to. Wait, me too.
Mm,
Me
I'm
too.
tired, but this was a good one because I read like 34 pages. I'm
Oh,
on
nice.
I'm on part two of the book.
And how's the drama?
She's accepted, of course.
Of course, we knew it was going to happen. We knew it was going to happen.
We knew it was going to happen, and now she has found a way to
Mm.
not kill him, but it's like the lady, the mother, and the two emissaries that she had sent to s- to guard her and to take her to the capital in the first place
Mhm.
are trying to turn it back around. So
Mm.
I don't know.
Is the friend also in?
The friend is also in.
Okay.
Yeah, he seems decent enough. I don't think
Mm.
he's gonna do anything, but mm, the thing
Ah,
that she did, the thing that she did
why
to
is
make
it
this.
reversible? That's the thing.
Well, it's reversible. That's the problem. I don't. Must I tell you what it is? Or maybe I
You
mustn't spoil it.
can tell me in the comments, it's fine. In the
Okay.
private chat.
In the
In case
private.
somebody else is meaning to read, that's the thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not sure who's here.
I see Onyx Pages is here.
Onyx. Yeah. Hi, Onyx. This was actually like the last sprint because I think we are
Mhm.
tired now.
Yeah,
So
we definitely are. I'm
we've
tired.
been we've been going for 5 hours. Sure,
Yeah,
this is the longest I've sprinted.
yeah.
Got here late, but we'll sprint with you all for a bit. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being
Yeah,
here.
thanks, Onyx. Hi.
Hi. What have you been reading, by the way? And how was your book, Vu? How was your?
Listen, like I'm also fading, right? But like I always say, I'm quite a slow reader. I managed to
Yeah.
read close to all in all with the ups and downs since we started, like a whole measly 50 pages. But
Mm.
it's going
That's
okay.
something.
Um it's going okay. It's just like I feel like Talia's style is like a somewhat of a slow burn situation, right? At the beginning, I
Mm.
feel like she likes to put her ducks in a row before she
Yeah.
then gets the story
Gives
going.
you.
So we're still there where the ducks are being lined up, and
Mm.
most of the time I feel like it's quite predictable. Like we know now the love interest has been met. We kind of see their personalities. Let's get on with the story. But she likes this slow burn
To
kind of thing.
drag it. No?
Yeah, and I think this one is meant to be an enemies to lovers, but the eneminess is not
Is
there. You know,
is not
I think that's my
enemy.
favorite trope, but it's not enemy. It's where is the enemy? I
Mm.
want them to hate each other. I don't feel the hate. Like I don't feel it, but it's
Yeah.
going. I suppose.
Like I actually also like enemies to lovers. Like I like
Mm.
enemies to lovers, but at the same time, in some of the books, I also like friends to lovers.
Yes, yes, yes.
The
That
thing I
also.
hate in romances is miscommunication. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't like
yeah. That's probably why you're
miscommunication.
not having such a good time with book number two, because there is a bit of that as well.
That one, and I don't know how I feel about fake dating tropes because that's what
Yeah,
the
because
second book is about.
yeah, and for me, I feel like those kind of tropes. At the end of the day, we all know that they're gonna end up being a real couple,
Together.
and
Yeah,
that they're gonna confuse themselves with, "Are we real now? Are we fake now?"
or
So
we're
for me, I'm
not.
like, let's not do it.
When does it change from being
Exactly,
from
exactly.
yeah?
The lines get blurred at some point. Yeah,
Mm.
I hear you.
Um. Oh, good. Onyx, where are you from? We are in South Africa, so it's currently 11:28 p.m.
It's nearly midnight.
Yeah. Reaching the March-April edition of the magazine of fantasy and science fiction. Oh, okay, that's cool. What new books are you picking up that are coming out or that have come out in March and April?
What's the name of the magazine? Also,
Hmm. Magazine of fantasy
Is
and
that what
science
it's
fiction.
called? Okay, it's called Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction. Okay,
I think
interesting.
so. I've never even heard of it.
Me too. So.
Magazine of fantasy. I didn't even have to finish. Well, it's like there's a website.
Oh,
Science and fantasy and science fiction.
that's
There's a
nice.
website. There's a whole website. Let me see if I say current. So it's like a subscription, but
Oh,
it's old. Current issue. Well, the one that I'm seeing here is like November, December 2020. Um,
maybe they allow you to view older issues if you're not subscribed. As in, can you
Probably.
view that? Can you access that one?
Let me see if I can open it. I'm trying to figure out how to even do it. Previous issue. It's like a no. You need. It looks like you need payment.
No.
Yeah, PayPal. They use PayPal, and I don't know if it's powered by Amazon. I'm seeing Amazon's logo all over the place. Looking forward to the short story from Yvette Lisandrovu. Oh, I don't know. What are the names of the books? And Tony Ogundiran and
Are they
Sarah
in the
Elliott.
magazine,
Okay.
these short stories?
I think they probably listed in that magazine as
Mm.
upcoming short stories, it seems. Okay, so Onyx is in Toronto. Oh, some delicious. We are
Strange
finishing
sound.
off.
But I'm sure we'll have
Mm,
another sprint sometime this weekend, just for you, you
yeah,
know? Just for you. We might have
that's for you,
one. We don't
Sammy.
know when, but we'll
We'll
probably have
figure it
another one.
out.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Like she's just coming in as we are getting out. Sorry,
As we're
Sarah.
wrapping up, my name is Injeri Damali, but you can call me Onyx. Yeah, because we never know what to call people.
And
We
I
just
actually
really want
follow
to.
her channel. I enjoy her content a lot.
Is it? Let me wait.
Yeah.
Let me search for the channel so I can also.
You'll
Uh,
enjoy her content actually, I think. I think you will.
Onyx pages. I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna subscribe,
Yeah, I
and
think you'll.
then I'll check out the. I'll check out the videos. Shame Sammy is ready to join in.
James.
We'll make a plan. We'll make a plan.
We'll make a plan.
Hmm. Daylight Come by Diana McCauley. How can I save these? Is there a way for me to save these?
Say from I think copying and pasting,
Yeah, probably.
maybe to your
Well, let
notes or
me
something.
let me scroll up. Maybe I can just let me take a picture of
Yeah, you can
myself.
do that also. Sammy says,
Amazing.
Atlas 6 didn't end at a 5. Never. After
Wait,
what
when did you?
charity? We are not believing you, Sam. Charity had the time of her life with that book. Like, I want to read that series now because of Charity. So I am not believing that it was not a 5.
You know what the problem is with when Semi rated is because Semi stopped reading Atlas 6 and she
Oh,
went
to
to
go
read the
to, okay.
wives.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the
I hear
problem.
you. That was
Because
the
the Atlas 6,
disruption.
the writing style in the Atlas 6 is a little bit difficult to read.
Oh,
It's not the
so you don't
easiest,
want to
and
interrupt it.
yeah, it's not the easiest
Yeah,
to read. It
yeah,
takes some getting used to, and because you're also following multiple characters, like you're following
yeah,
6 characters. And if
yeah.
you're listening to the audiobook, it's different voices, different accents. So
Mm,
there's a lot to get used to in terms of the writing.
mm.
But I still enjoyed the plot. I still enjoyed
No, you sold the plot to me, so I didn't even know anything about the writing, but it's
no,
definitely
the
one of
writing
those that
style
I was like,
is not it's not the easiest.
and for me, it feels like when it starts getting into like book two, that's when maybe it's gonna flow even more. But I
Yeah.
liked how you were talking about how they were establishing like their narrative and
Mm.
their system, etc. It sounded very intriguing.
I think like reading very, very thick books have like taught me to not not be lenient, but to be understanding of first books in a series. So
Mm,
I never expect action anymore for the
yeah,
first book in a
yeah,
series. If I
yeah.
get a plot twist, something to keep things interesting, I'm happy. But
Mm,
from second book, I'm expecting that you
mm,
give me
mm.
action,
No, no, no. There's no
get things to
excuse for
happen.
second book. Yeah, there's no excuse at all.
Mm.
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, the magazine. Because I when I went on the
That's quite old,
website,
eh?
it's 30.
That
I didn't
is.
even know.
Listen, I'd never heard. That's why I was like, "What's the name of the magazine?" 'Cause I never heard of such a thing.
Mm.
Nah.
Semi says it's a low 4 stars, probably even
Like she didn't like
3.75.
it, eh?
I use Copile for this one. Hey, Semi, if you use Copile and you go back to all the other books, hey, it's gonna be tough.
Then she's gonna all her files are gonna be threes, eh?
So what is it that you didn't like about the Atlas 6, Semi?
Mm.
Have you read And This Is How to Stay Alive by Shanghai and Jerry Go? I have not. I'm gonna
Mm-mm,
search for it right now.
mm-mm. I'm liking these titles. It's
Me
yeah, it's
too.
interesting.
And this is how to stay alive.
Mm.
Ooh, the cover looks quite interesting.
Is it
Shingai
a
and
short
Jerry
story or is it a
Go.
book? Book?
Let me see. Let me go to the book details. It's a short story. Well, it's a book. It's a short book. It's 102 pages.
Oh, that's very short.
Published last year.
Oh, here she's saying, listen to me. It's in the comment. They are not books. Those are short works of
Of
fiction featured
fiction.
in the magazine.
Oh, in the
Okay,
magazine. So where do we
okay,
get them? If we don't have the magazine, do you know where to get these books?
okay. Let me just go down
I
the
would
comments
actually
there.
like to read them.
Sammy's asking for another sprint. It will probably be on my channel, but
Yeah,
definitely during this weekend. I will let you guys know. We will definitely give you a heads up.
yeah. I didn't give much of a heads up.
Yeah, it was a hectic day.
My day was so busy that I was like, "Mm-mm, I'm not promising any starting times I need until I can like figure myself out."
Yeah, yeah. No,
Mm.
definitely.
I'll
You're
try catch
welcome,
today's
friend.
sprint. You can. I was reading this. You can actually also follow Vuvu's channel. It's Vuvu Vena Reads. So chances are the next sprint will be on her channel,
Yeah, maybe
and
maybe
you
not
can.
tomorrow, but Sunday. We
Hmm,
shall see though. Maybe tomorrow because maybe then we can have Sunday and Monday to rest since we are having a long weekend. But you
yeah.
guys will know. Yeah. Yeah.
So you're welcome, and good
Good
night.
night, Samoy.
Let me just write the name of your channel here. Vuvu Vena
Thanks. Thanks,
Reads.
Charity.
You
Yes,
can.
it's Vuvu. You can say Vu. Like a lot of people call me Vu, and I think that's what when I got to Joburg, people did that. And somebody once asked them, they're like, "So Vuvu was not short enough? Like you guys,
You just needed to
it
make
just
it a
needed
bit
to
short.
be a little bit shorter." But you can call me, yeah, Vuvu
I
or
think
Vu. It's
because
fine.
people make the assumption that your full name is Vuvu,
Yeah, I suppose. I
so they
suppose.
shorten the shortness.
Yeah, I suppose. But I'm thinking like it's two letters. So I was just repeating. So okay.
Hmm. Good
Good
night.
night.
Just going through the last comments. I think a lot of authors struggle with the second book in a series. The pressure is high. The pressure is high. The
She's
pressure
right
is
though,
high.
because you read Children of Blood and Bone, right?
Yes, but
Absolutely, absolutely love the
I loved the
debut.
second book. Mm.
I win.
I
Serious.
did. I
No, no, no. I
did.
don't like what she did at the end. I was
I don't
like,
like what she did at the end, but like, the first one gives you this feeling of, oh, I love this. This is nice. And then the second one, that's where all the action comes. But then
yes, that is true.
at
But
the
the
same time,
ending
it's
for
like,
me stole a lot from the actual book. I was like, don't do this. Like, what the hell is this?
I actually liked it. But it's like
Nah,
at the
for
same
me,
time, the main character became a little bit frustrating. But at the same time, it was like she's a
no.
child. This is why she's acting like this because she's a child.
Nah, for me, I was like, no, man. Told me, no, don't do it, don't do. So like now, I'm like, you better not have a book four. You better give us that book three, and you better not have a book four.
Book three wasn't book three supposed to come out last year?
Yeah, but it looks like the book is being turned into a movie now.
Hi, but what about
So busy. She's
the
busy
actual
writing
book?
scripts. She's busy writing
No,
scripts.
she must write the
I
book. She
know.
must finish the series.
She's gonna finish the series, but right now she's busy writing scripts. She
Hey,
even
people
had
are
a thing.
busy.
I follow her on Instagram. She even had a thing where she did like a young reel of sorts,
Yeah.
or was it a picture of the script for the movie, Children of
Mm,
Blood and Bone. So, busy, Utomi, and just allow, let her be busy.
yeah. But like, yeah. Do you know when the third one is apparently coming out? Because Velish is that busy with
2023.
book 2023.
I knew it. Like I'm sure after doing script for the first book, she's gonna do the script for the second book. Then she's gonna write the third book. Then do the script for the third book. But she better not come through with book number four. That series better be three books.
Yeah, sometimes there's times where you like, okay, the series can't be a long. It cannot be a long one. Like
Yeah.
you need to just end it quickly. Even if it was like if book two didn't end on an cliffhanger, it
Yeah.
could have been the end.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It could
Yeah.
have been the
Yeah.
end, but
Yeah.
there was a cliffhanger. Now it's not the end.
Yeah, and
Now we're
listen, what are you
waiting
gonna
two
do in book
years.
three? That's why I'm saying, what are we gonna do in book four? Because
I
I'm
don't
still
know.
asking myself, what are we doing in book three? And the thing is, I think it's also writing styles, right? Because this Children of Tahara, the books,
Yeah.
like I'm saying, the first four books are very short. They You could even classify them as like novellas, right? But
Mm,
what I like about this guy's writing is he's straight to the point. He knows what
yeah.
he wants you to know about his characters. He's not playing
And moves
around.
on.
He's creating the tension from the start, and
Mm,
so and the nice thing is that the books end where you're not expecting them to end. And I think it's nice that I'm not waiting for the next book, because it does feel
because
like
you just
one
have it.
continuous book. It doesn't feel like, oh, they gave me a second, like this is a sequel. It feels like I've been reading the same book, but for some reason I'm on book number four.
Mm,
So I think that kind of pacing and cutting out the fluff and just getting to the
to the
gist
point.
of it, sometimes it works.
Maybe this is what some authors need to do
Mm,
because some of
mm.
this world building is too much,
And the
and
thing
then
is,
you start to forget what the plot is.
and I don't know. I think he built his. I want to say he built his worlds, um, through dialogue instead of
Mm,
description. So from time to time, yes, the description will add to whatever conversation was had, but a lot of it is dialogue and explaining to people who might not know this part of the world, and then
mhm,
they will clarify like that, or reminiscing with another character about something that happened in another part that has bearing in where they are and why things are the way that they are. So I think that was also clever for him, because dialogue does
mm,
drive a story. It doesn't get boring. You don't get caught in the descriptive text and so I
mm.
don't know.
The whole time trying to imagine what this place looks like that you've.
Exactly.
Eh, yeah,
Yeah.
but no,
Yeah.
the second book I can understand that it was frustrating. I think the thing
Mm.
I was rooting for the love interest,
Mm.
like the enemies to lovers more. Like, and I
Yeah,
think
I also
all,
wanted that love story. I also wanted it.
yeah. But I
Yeah.
think also when I read Children of Blood and Bone, it's like the first fantasy series that I read. So I was
Mm,
getting into it and I was excited. But I
mm.
cannot compare it to the likes of the Poppy War, for example.
I still haven't read that one. I've seen it around. I haven't read it.
Yup. No, that is a good series. That
Okay.
is a
How many
good
books in this
narrator.
series?
There's three,
Okay.
and it's done. And the third one, the way it ended, I was upset. But also at the same time, I understood because she needed to end it. And possibly there was
Yeah.
no other way to end it. It just
And
needed
also,
to
I like the
end.
fact that they didn't drag. Like, for me, if you're gonna have a series that's like 7 books, it must be worth it. Like, you cannot
Mm,
be giving us 7 books for the sake of writing, you know?
yeah. But
Yeah.
also, in order to have 7 books, I feel like you have to have a vast number of characters that you're following.
Yeah.
You can't have the same narrator for seven
It
books.
depends. It depends because I'm thinking for something like the one that we don't talk about,
Oh, the
like
one. Oh,
Harry
yes, the
Potter,
one.
right? So
Mm,
it's the same. It's
terrified
the
for
same, but
that.
he's growing, and there's different things that are being thrown at you, right? So I feel like
Yeah,
things like that sometimes it works
they
with
can
that
work.
kind of same narration. But I hear what you're saying. Like your story has
Mm,
to be rich enough for us to be able to go to different places with the same characters.
yeah.
Otherwise, if it's just then no, don't do that.
Essentially, the 7 books should be a story that you've thought about before you started writing the first one.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah,
can't be some thumb
yeah,
sucking as you
yeah,
go.
yeah.
That's
That is,
where people lose it. You have
yeah.
to.
Because also Game of Thrones, it worked for them. It worked for
Mm,
George Martin. And I suppose it's because the story could literally go a lot of places,
anyway,
you know?
and
Yeah.
because of all these different characters as well. And I think that's kind of like where Sarah J. Maas is going with Crescent City. Because with the
Mm,
Court of Thorns and Roses, I'm on book 3, and the whole time we've been following the story from one character's perspective.
mm,
And I think the novella follows Reese, and
mm,
then I think the fourth book, A Court of Silver Flame, somebody said it follows the sister Nesta. I'm
mm,
not too sure, but
mm,
you can't have too many books there
mm,
because
mm,
what else are you gonna tell me about this character
mm,
that I've now
mm.
known for 3 books?
Oh, but
Like
it
the
sounds like Sarah has made a living out of just writing series, right? So
look,
I'm going back to this
she's
comment by
made
Onyx, right? I
mm,
agree with it, especially if the author debuts with a series, right? I
mm,
That's why I always say I love debuts because I really do feel like it's a raw interpretation of your craft. You don't know anyone else's input just yet. It hasn't gotten to
mm,
your head. It hasn't knocked you down. It hasn't done anything. It's your purest
yeah,
offering, right? And
mm,
then, like she's saying, then if everybody goes insane about your debut, chances
the
are it's going to
pressure.
be so hard to write that sequel because the pressure is high.
Yeah, because a lot of some people like don't like the second book, like House of Sky and Breath. They still prefer the first one.
Yeah.
I enjoyed both, and I have
Okay.
different feelings for both. But
Mm,
the first book was is the best one because it's the one that introduced you to this world. The second one just got exciting because it's Leona. It could go anywhere because she's introduced so
mm,
many different things, and you're like, where exactly are we going after
mm,
this?
mm,
Like she's leaving us hanging again, probably for
mm,
another 2 years. So I don't know.
mm. This is the issue with people who love series. This is what we go through because you must wait. I'm
You must
patient enough
wait.
though. I'm patient enough to collect and not read unless I'm really feeling like the heat that okay, no, listen, I really want to be part of this dialogue as well. But I
Mm,
will collect and I will wait until at least until the book number 3. If I'm not sure that you're going to end at book number 3, at least until book number 3, so that by the time I'm
yeah.
done, let's say I can spread it out. By the time I'm done with book number 3, you've at least got book
The
number
fourth
4
one
out.
is there. Yeah, I don't know if I'm patient. Like I've had House of Earth and Blood for almost like a year before I actually read it, but
Mm.
only because I was intimidated because
Mm.
everybody loved it and I wanted to love it and I was afraid that I wouldn't love it
And you want to
because
forget all that noise, hey, before you get into
I
a book,
wanted
you
to,
want to
yes, I
forget
wanted
it.
to get out of
Yeah.
the noise because when I started it, I kept hearing people saying, "Yo, this book could have been 300 pages
Why is it
smaller,"
so long?
and all of that, because
Yeah.
literally the first 300 pages, there's no action. She's world
Mm,
building, she's
mm.
giving you backgrounds,
And
but
300 pages is a book on its
it's
own,
a
hey?
book on its own.
Yeah.
And I was also getting a little bit frustrated with it in the beginning. But when I
Mhm.
got to the page 500, 600, 700, I was like, actually,
Mhm.
that 300 was actually pretty good, because you
Mhm.
set us up for what happens now. If I didn't pay attention in the
Mhm.
first 300, I wouldn't know what you're talking about in page
Mhm.
700.
Mm. And the thing is,
So,
adding to what you're saying, that makes, if they go through that process in the first book, right? It
mm,
makes the rest of the story flow. For example, if I go back to like your Harry Potter, if I get to understand their systems, I get to understand how Hogwarts
mm,
works, I get to understand the different houses, whatever. By the time I get into book number two, the author just needs to just brush over
tell the
those
story.
details and now get into the actual story, you know?
We don't need
Yeah.
to keep giving you world building. So,
Yeah.
like, the stuff that like I experienced in those first 300 pages, they are the stuff that made my mind blow when it
Mm,
came to the plot twists, because
mm,
then there's multiple plot twists in the book, and you won't get them unless you actually
you
remember what
understood.
happened. And
Yeah.
even from like page 100, there was something that you needed to know that
Mm.
becomes a plot twist in the
And I
end.
suppose you get different types of readers, right? Like I'm saying,
Mm,
I'm not one for descriptive, but I'm one for background. I don't know how to explain it. Like if you're gonna tell me for the sake of telling me that the grass in this land is blue,
is
ne?
blue. Mm.
Let's not dwell unless the reason why the grass is blue has
There's
significance later
something,
on.
it has a
Let's not dwell.
significance.
Like just tell me the grass is blue and let's keep going. Let's go to the significant parts of it. But you
Yeah.
do get people who really just want to get lost in the texture of
And
this grass and how it
mm,
grew from.
mm,
That is
what
not
the
me. Me,
what
I'm
the
here for
what
the
the
story. I'm here for the
what the
story.
S sound like.
Please.
That's the same. That's the same feeling I have for Black Leopard, Red Wolf. I'm so
Yeah.
afraid to pick that book up because
Isn't the
people are
second
like,
book out?
it is.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I'm
it
also
came out
curious about
recently.
that one, but I'm like, I don't know when I'm gonna get around to it. And I haven't been reading
Like,
a lot of. I used to like fantasy, but I haven't been
mm,
reading a lot of it actually
because I
these
have
days.
it, but I'm like, I'm intimidated by it because I
Everybody's
still have
talking.
that thought where people were like, "This book is too long. There's too much world building, like in the beginning of
Mm.
it." And I told myself, one day I will read it. But now, because the second book is out, I actually wanna get close to
But
prioritizing it, so I can read it and then get to the next one.
But judging from what you've just said about the Sarah J. Maas book, as
Mm.
well as your experience of Atlas, I almost said Clouds, Atlas,
The Atlas Six,
Atlas
yeah,
6, I think you will enjoy. If that's the only complaint, that there's a lot of world building, I think that the way that you read, or
mm,
the type of reader that you are, you appreciate that. So it might not be. That's why I always say to people, like, we are different as readers, right? Like I was just
yeah,
describing now, what I don't like might be something that somebody else actually likes. So
enjoys,
if
yeah,
you are somebody who wants that detail, because let's just hope that all authors actually use that detail. It's not just like there for the sake of being there, because
yeah.
that becomes
It's
my pet peeve. Don't put things there that don't
that
matter
don't,
anywhere. Like, don't do
yeah.
that.
I feel
Yeah.
the same. Yeah, some
Yeah.
people like the atmosphere of knowing what the place looks like. I don't really remember it at the end of the book. I just need, like you said, like if you're gonna tell me something, let it be significant to the story.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I will, that's the things that
Yeah.
I appreciate. And I'm like, oh my gosh,
Mm.
this is why this happened. And this is
Yeah.
why I'm like, even in the Atlas Six, reading about certain characters, when I got to the plot twist, I was like, I knew something was like off. I
Mm.
knew something was
Mm.
off. So like
Mm.
that's the thing that like will give that extra star rating in a
Mm.
book for me.
Mm. I hear you.
Um oh semi, yeah, no. So Atlas Six was, because we're following a lot of people, there was a lot of character building that needed to be done. And now because we're hearing it from everybody's perspective, And
I
like
don't much mind that though, personally.
I didn't
I,
mind it because there was still, for me, I didn't mind it because I needed that character development to understand everybody's magical systems. Otherwise, I wouldn't have understood it if we just went straight into the story. So that's why I'm like, I'm expecting book two to
mm,
really like hit hard,
mm,
because fine, now I know these people's
mm,
powers.
mm.
Let's get into the
I
story.
and I like multiple perspectives, especially if like there's gonna be something scandalous happening. I like seeing different people's interpretation of the same thing, as long as obviously it
Mm,
drives the story forward. I don't always, for example, I think I'm also enjoying Talia's books because at least I get two perspectives in the story.
yeah.
I don't think I always like these linear perspectives, but obviously I don't know how this book is set out, so sometimes maybe if it's too many characters it does become a bit, okay, now this is getting a little bit tiring, but
Mm.
I don't mind that.
I also like multiple characters. Just that when um, you get to you have to read a character that maybe you don't really enjoy in the book,
Yeah. Yeah.
that gets
Okay.
frustrating. And now you have a favorite. Like I was complaining that I had a favorite character, but I
Yeah.
didn't see her. Where was she in
Yeah. Yeah.
comparison?
Yeah. Yeah.
She
Yeah.
only
Okay.
had like a few chapters to her, but I guess she wasn't really a main character.
Yeah. And maybe
She
they'll
wasn't
bring her
really.
back. You never know.
I hope that
There'll
they'll
come a
bring her
time.
back,
Yeah.
because she's the one I wanted to know a little bit more about.
Yeah.
Um, okay, those are novellas. I think because all of the different point of views, it did feel a bit disjointed here and there. That I can agree with.
It can happen. Yeah. I
Mm.
can get that also.
Yeah, there
Agree.
was there was a lot. There was a lot of information to gather up in the first book.
Mm. Mm.
I think you can get a digital subscription. Oh, I struggle so much with like e-reading. Thank you. It's like I had books.
Mm. Which book is this? I don't even remember.
Um, I don't know. We talk so much now.
Yeah. Was
Which
removed from the
one
oven too
was
soon.
she reading?
I
Oh,
think
and this is How
she's
to Stay
talking
Alive.
about. Huh?
Was it that?
No, I think she's talking about Tommy. Is she not talking about Tommy
Oh, Tommy
Adeyemi?
Adeyemi. Oh, I think maybe that's when we were talking about Tommy Adeyemi.
I think so. I'm not sure though.
I
Because then
think
she
so.
says the next comment. That's the reason why I think she might be talking
Uh,
about it. I don't know.
oh, it was removed from the oven too soon. Mm,
Yeah, she's definitely talking about Tommy because the next one she
yeah.
says the world is not cast enough for the
Oh,
for she better
vast
not do that to
enough.
us. It's
No,
not
it's not.
vast enough yet.
Mm,
Listen, she better not give us book number 4.
no. I think
Like this.
I actually would have been happy with it being a duology
Me
if we
too.
wrapped it up,
Me
because
too.
I don't know where we
And I
like
think that
I don't know where we're
character
gonna go.
introduction, that one who was I because I read it like in 2020, so my mind is trying to go back. But I think
Mm.
he was like a pirate or a thief or whatever. I'm not sure how I felt about him. I was like, don't come here and
And
try
he
and
was the one
introduce
that I
love
liked.
triangle.
He was
Did
the
you
one
like
that I liked.
him?
I liked him, the one who lost his arm, half of his arm at some.
I think so. The one who came and created this love triangle between
That's him. I
the
like him. Me, I like the enemies to be the ones who are the lovers.
the enemies must be lovers. Ay.
I actually liked his
No, I
character. I
think there was
didn't like.
something about his character, not necessarily that he was the enemy. I feel like there was something about his character that was just not fully formulated for me, right?
Mm,
I felt like there was a little bit of a haphazard. Okay, now what do we do with him? Okay, maybe he must appear again here, So I just
mm,
didn't think that he was fully thought out. I don't know. I didn't
yeah.
like him.
I didn't actually like the chosen love. Um,
I love them, especially in book one. I was like,
in book one, I liked them, right? But then in book two, she came and introduced the pirate, and
yeah,
then the
yeah.
other one was just like, He was
Yeah, okay,
just
I hear
there
you. I hear you.
floating.
I hear you. I
So
hear
I'm
you.
like, I changed my mind.
And you are allowed. I was still rooting for them, but I was like, what is this one doing here? Coming to mess things up. Yeah,
Not much
because
momentum
what are
left
they
after
gonna
book two.
do?
Mm. Maybe this is why she left it, because she had to rethink her
Yeah, no,
strategy.
Improptu, I feel like she made a big mistake, like in terms of where she could have taken the story, you know?
Mm. That blow. Children,
Recommend,
please
please,
make a video.
recommend. Yes, or something. Yeah, make it
Recommend
real.
or oh, I've seen Sisters of Reckoning somewhere. Rivers of
What are
Solomon.
you talking about? Oh,
Wait,
okay, the next one.
I'm reading the
Yes, where
comments
are
without.
you? Where are you?
Of
Oh,
course, I'm
here
reading
they
the
are.
comments.
Sorry, she's not making a reel. She's literally put all of these here. Now I must
Okay.
also take pictures. Where did you see it?
Unkindness. I've some of the titles look what is it, familiar to me.
Mm,
Unkindness of
An unkindness of ghosts.
Gold by River Solomon. I've heard River Solomon is the author. I've
Okay.
seen this one. I've seen this one.
Is it on your radar? Did you hear good things?
It's on my radar. I've heard people talk about it, but not really reviews.
Mm,
Um, Good luck,
okay.
girls.
I'm gonna read you the next one. Oh, you see it. Good luck, girls. Sisters of Reckoning by
This is
Charlotte
by
Nicole
Charlotte
Davidson.
Davis.
Yes.
I've seen this somewhere. Somebody out there somewhere
Ooh,
was
I'm loving
recommending.
this child. So the other one that she's recommending is she's saying C.L. Clark is one to watch, the Unbroken Book one.
I
Okay,
want
I
that
see you
book.
going to
I
church, girl.
want. I want that one. I want it.
Tell
It's on
me what is
my.
it about?
I don't even know. It just looks really good.
Okay.
Okay,
See, I'm sure if you go on to Onyx's, you must binge Onyx's channel. I think you might
I'm gonna
enjoy
binge
a lot of
it.
what she's.
I've subscribed to her channel now.
And then she's saying,
I'm gonna.
"Oh, the Kingston Cycle by C.L. Polk was so good. Read all the way to the end of the series. How many books in the series? Because you make it sound like it needs commitment.
I want Seal Clock. It's on my. It's one of the books that I've. It seems like there's three books in the Kingston cycle.
Okay, okay, okay.
I'm like literally on Goodreads right now, busy
See, girl,
tapping.
and now I'm gonna
Want
go
to read.
steal from. Are you doing want to read there? What are you
I'm
doing?
wanting to
I'm
read,
going to
wanting to
go
read
find them
everywhere.
and want to read along with you there.
There's actually one that I had already wanted to read from this author, The Midnight Bargain, but that's a
Never heard
standalone.
of. I've
They
never
actually
heard.
have a lot of books.
Okay, the next one you must look up there. It's Al Penelope's Earth Singer
That's
series.
series.
It's a
Okay.
commitment. It's three novels and four novellas, so it's seven. It's okay.
Mm,
It is quite like seven is a lot, but then if it's good, you don't quite feel it. But I hear you. It is
yeah.
quite a lot. But at least it's four novellas, not like full on novels. So
Oh, Ed Singer's Chronicles. And there's like black girls on these books.
oh yes, bring it, bring it. Okay, the
I'm
last
just
one. She
looking.
stopped herself somewhere. She's on some. Okay, she's stopping. The Sound of Stars by Alicia Dow or Dow.
Oh, some of these books look so good. Like I judge books by covers. Like I'm not
Yeah,
even gonna lie
yeah.
to anybody. If your cover looks good, I don't, because I don't read synopsis. So how else must I know?
Okay, so for me, there's two things, right? I definitely do the cover thing, but I'm not so hung up on getting the best looking book, right? If I see a different cover and it's a book that I heard good things about, I'm
Mm.
definitely getting it. And by good things about, like I'm saying to you, I was wanting to read Last at that time, but I didn't know what it was about. It's just because I kept
Yeah,
seeing it. So
that's
there's that as well.
the problem sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the last book, The Sound of Stars. This is the
Yes.
same author that released The Kindred.
Oh,
Um,
it's
it,
what's her name?
it's the um Alicia Dow. The Kindred is a graphic novel. It's a sci-fi graphic novel.
Oh,
It looks
I
so
don't know.
good.
I
I
don't know.
definitely judge books by covers. If I see black people on the cover and they look good,
Okay, let me
I
ask you this.
like it intrigues me. And usually I would look for people to talk about the books without spoilers
Okay, okay.
to kind of
Because I
tell me
wanted to
what it's
ask you
about.
if it's an author that you've read before,
Yeah.
right? And you really enjoyed, and then you
Mm.
stumble, you know how they have different versions of covers sometimes, and then the one day you stumble upon the worst cover, but you know that
I
it's an
don't buy
author that
it.
you read.
I don't
No,
buy
guys,
it.
for me, I'm not so attached to it. If I like, if
I'm
it's
a
Talia Hibbett,
mm,
and I'm like, you Talia Hibbett are my girl, right?
no,
I
I'm
will, I
attached.
will, I will not leave it.
No, I'm attached. I'm attached to
I will not
covers.
leave it.
So for example, Shadow and Bone, I will never
Mhm.
buy the Netflix covers. I don't like to
Okay, fine.
see
I don't. No, no,
actual,
no.
yeah, I don't like to see actual people on
That
the
I don't
covers.
like.
A Darker
Yeah,
Shade of Magic, V.E. Schwab, the specific
yeah.
book covers that I looked for, and those are the only ones I would buy.
Okay, okay.
Sarah
So
J.
you
Maas
wouldn't
as
read the
well.
books without. For me, I also have this thing of, even if it means, if it's really not, like, let's say it's not matching, right? Let's say maybe this one was a trade back, right?
Mm,
I would still buy the trade back, but I know that I would get rid of it and still buy the one that matches with the rest of my series. If you hear what I'm trying to
mm,
say, for me, it's about getting the
yeah.
book read more than, if I want to keep it on my
Me,
shelf, obviously I'll make the extra effort, but I will not
yeah.
leave the book if I need to read the story. I'm not
Nah,
leaving
I have to buy the right one. I'm buying the right ones.
it. I hear
I
you
have to
though.
buy the
Do
right
it
one.
once and finish.
And
Yeah.
finish that I'm done. The only
Yeah.
time I change, um, like for books that I really, really love, like the Poppy War,
Mm.
I I have the white covers. But because it's a series that
Mm.
I really love and I'm going to be rereading it, and those copies are going to get damaged, I want to get pretty hard copies
Oh,
to
okay. I hear
display
you.
on
I
my
can
shelf.
understand that. I can
Yeah.
understand.
And I'm
Yeah.
going to be doing the
And
same
then
with
you're gonna be
Gotham City.
rereading those paperbacks until
I
you
will
bend the
reread the
pages
paperbacks
and
until they
tear
fall
them.
apart.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah. But otherwise, the other ones I like for my books to match.
Yeah.
And I like
Okay.
pretty like there's this young adult series
To an
as well,
extent.
Knots and Crosses.
Oh, I've
I've
seen
been
that.
wanting that
Mhm.
for so long, and it's been even on sale sometimes at bargain books for like 60 rand a pop. But the
But they're
first
not
book,
they're not the
the, f-
covers you like.
no, the covers for book two onwards are nice, but book one is not. So have not bought it because book one is not the right cover,
Nah, shame
and
church.
because it's not, it's because it's
I
not a
don't share this
priority
issue.
read.
Okay,
Yeah.
maybe that's why. Okay, maybe this
So
is
I
what I'm
can
trying to say
wait.
as well. Is that
Yeah,
if I have to read the book, hi guys, you can even say the
you're
cover
buying
was
it.
torn. You can even say to me the cover was torn, etc. If the story is still there, I'm reading.
I think I, I
I'm
think
so on that. I'm reading it.
I think my compromise would be to do the audiobook of it. But I would not buy a physical copy if it's not the right cover.
I'd no sooner buy it and get rid of it than not buy it at all. If I want that story, I'm getting it.
You'll get it.
Getting it. I'm getting it.
Let's not dwell.
I'm sure
Um,
it's the one that we've been dwelling on.
mhm.
Okay, you like, oh, okay. No, she's talking about me saying let's not dwell on the descriptive. Like, if we can
Yeah.
if we can keep moving. But she likes texture, so she's saying I mustn't
Andrea
read
Kirsten.
Andrea. She's all
Oh,
about
she feels as you see. I also want to read it. I do want to experience it, and I want to go in there with a clear mind and not have everybody's thoughts in my head. This is why I kind of like
Mm,
stopped reading people's reviews of books that I haven't read before
same. Especially if you
because
want to read, if it's up your alley, like it's
yeah,
a genre that you know you would pick up. Yeah.
and especially from people that you feel like the same books that you do, and
Mm,
then you see them and they like, nah, bruh. This one is not it. I'm
Also,
like,
don't you
no.
do this on thingy on Goodreads as well? That after you've read the book, before you've looked at obviously anybody else's reviews, you do your own review, you do your own rating, and then you start
Yeah.
looking at the ratings and you start seeing maybe your friends on some 1 star, and you're like,
What?
my whole 5 star is your 1 star.
Yep, that's what I do because otherwise I feel like before that
You
the
influence.
people can, yeah, they can influence and you can start questioning things that you do not even think about,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah,
they mentioning it like, wait, actually that
yeah.
did happen.
No,
How do I
I
feel
don't
about
play that game also. I'm like, if I'm gonna say it with my chest, if it's a 5 for me, I'm saying it
that?
first,
It's
and
fine,
then
leave it
I'm looking
alone.
at all of you who wants 2.5. I'm like,
Mm-mm, mm-mm. You walk away. Good night, Sammy.
good night, Sam.
Oh, yay. One more. I want to read this one. It's just so
Oh, I've seen
expensive
this
right now.
one.
Butter honey pig bread. But I have this on script. But for
Oh,
some
is it
reason,
on script?
it is on script. But for some reason, I haven't listened to it on script. I feel like it's one
Truthfully,
of
it's
those,
my
this
favorite of
there's books
2021.
on script where I feel like I want the physical copy.
I get that, but for me, I think what I like about script is the ability to sample and then decide later, because sometimes
Yeah.
I think before these ebook and audiobook platforms, right? Because the nice thing about script is that you can read the ebook while you're listening to the audio, right? Before
Mm.
these things, I think that we used to spend money, like real money, just to sample. Like you were
Yes.
Sabawelling last time, and
Last.
an ordinary person like me would like, I'm
And you could
Sabawelling
have
last, I'm going to the store to buy it, and then I'm going to cry. Afterwards, when
I could have
I shut
listened
that
to the
book, I'm gonna be like,
audiobook.
I should have
Mm.
just, exactly, exactly.
So maybe I should maybe try actually listen to the audiobook because you see, and it's that thing of a lot of people like the book, and then you think because a lot of people say it's good, then it will be good, and then you get to it, you're like, "Mm-mm,
Hey, be true to
not
yourself, girl. Because
not for me."
sometimes, huh? Sometimes when it's not doing it, it's not. And that's why I'm saying, for me, I agree with you with not looking at reviews because then it helps you to kind of shut out the noise. In as much as you can't shut out the noise of seeing the image of the book all over,
Mm.
but you can shut out the noise of what people's opinions of it are.
Out of it, yeah.
So you can be influenced to get the book because everybody's reading it and you're curious, Nje, but
Mm.
not because
That's
everybody
what,
said it was good.
and that's exactly what happened with Luster. That's what happened with Queenie. That's what happened with Wahala, because
Yeah.
Wahala was everywhere. But after reading it, and I started reading people's reviews, they were just like, "What? What happened? What
At least
didn't
people
work?"
are being honest also,
At
ne?
least they were
At
big
least people are being
artists.
honest. It would be a different story if you're saying, I saw all these reviews, everybody said this was a great book, and then you pick it up and then
I'm
you're
the
like,
only one.
guys, not even I'm the
Mm.
only one. Now you're judging everybody. Like, guys, are we reading the same Wahala here?
Mm.
She says that one was
Favorite book
good.
of 2021.
Mm.
I have never actually seen this book in
Which
bookstores,
one?
eh?
Which one?
Butter Honey Pig Bread.
I
And
think I
it
looked.
has such a pretty
I don't,
cover as
I
well.
don't think we have it yet.
I don't think we have
I
it.
think Samole was talking about it the other time. I don't think we have it yet.
Let me just see if take a lot, because I don't think we have it. Kante, how long does it take for us to get books?
Some books I don't even understand how it works because there are some books that just it takes quite a bit, hey? And
Hmm.
then they get here and like we always say that 3 million when they get here and then you must still wait because it's
Sure,
three
I know.
million.
We definitely don't have it because I'm trying to search it on Take a Lot, butter, honey, pig bread, and what they give me is plates.
Please, because you want to eat you.
What am I gonna do with crockery?
Because you want to eat butter, honey, pig, and bread. Please take a lot. Did not go wrong.
They literally
Yeah.
gave me plates.
Yeah, because you are hungry.
Sure.
It says Alex Jennings' new book, The Ballad of Perilous Graves. Oh,
Hmm,
this
never
title
heard of
also.
this one.
Ah, ah.
See, I need to get out of this place. I'm going through a rabbit hole now, starting to search for
No, but go
sales.
there. Go, please go to Goodreads. You better be taking these recommendations. I stopped taking pictures there because I'm gonna go steal
Yeah.
your want to reads there at Goodreads.
There we go. No, I keep adding them on my one to read, so they're all there
Okay.
on my one to reads.
Cool.
Looking forward to these recommendations. I'm gonna look for
Yeah.
them. A lot of the
Mm.
books I haven't heard of, probably because they don't exist in our spaces yet. So
Yeah. This is
hopefully
another thing.
soon. There's a couple
Yeah.
like the Unbroken already came out last year, so we have that. The Kindred I haven't seen in the shops, but I know that it was released what 2 months ago.
Mm.
Um, Butter
We'll
Honey
probably
Pig
still have
Bread
it
I have not
sometime this
seen.
year, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I haven't seen Butter Honey Pig Bread in the stores yet.
Mm.
Um, yeah, all the other ones. Seal Pork. What was that again? I think it was Rivers of Solomon. I also have not seen in the bookstores, but I've seen this book on BookTube.
Mm.
So yeah.
Mm.
But thank you
Yeah.
to
Thank you,
everybody,
actually.
and thank you for the recommendations.
Oh, child. When these kids wake up at 6, I am so ringing. This one keeps coming back. Hey, I'm feeling.
Okay.
Babes, don't worry. We're going to sleep. Can you see us yawning here?
It's time to
Trust me.
sleep.
We are
I
going
thought
to
you
sleep.
were
Girls.
long gone. I didn't expect to even see a comment
Me
from
too.
you.
That's why I'm like, hey, how come she's coming? She's coming back.
Yeah, but thank you, Fufu, for
Oh, you're
joining my
welcome.
sprints.
This was fun. I actually didn't think
Mm.
would hit even midnight. Okay,
I
so
didn't
we
think
did
so. Like
well.
midnight was a reach for me, and like now we are here. We were falling
Yeah,
asleep in
yeah.
the last sprint, but because
Yes, but now
it's the
because we're
talking,
talking, you know the
it's the
issues
talking,
with talking.
the
Now we're wide
talking,
awake.
guys.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. No, but thank
Oh,
you.
thank you, Onyx. Good
We'll
night,
see you
guys.
guys in the next sprint. Remember to
Yes.
follow Vuvu's channel
Thank
and look
you.
out for sprints. By the way, Onyx, myself, Vuvu, Bokamoso, who just left a comment there, and another bookish friend,
Mm-hmm.
we run monthly reading sprints and we advertise on our um, booktube channels. I don't know if you've noticed yet, but check out for our next sprints, which will be happening soon.
Yeah.
So far, we've been doing 16 hours of sprinting, which amounts to 4 hours on
Each chat.
everybody's
Yeah.
channel. So, yeah, we take it as the month goes. So, we'll see when the next one is going to be, but it will be announced on our YouTube channel. So, give us a follow, subscribe, and yeah, I'm looking forward to also checking out your videos because you definitely
Definitely.
have good
I
recommendations.
was about to say
So,
definitely. I feel like you guys will, yeah,
mm,
meet there.
yeah.
No, we don't have.
We don't have a schedule. We usually just literally when the month starts, it's like, okay, ladies,
Yeah.
who's free when?
Quite hard to coordinate because all of these people are like mommies. So mommy life is yeah. But we try to give like an advanced few days advance of letting people know when we will sprint.
Yeah, because we
But there's
post
no
all
schedule.
over our Instagram. You guys even have Twitter and Facebook
Yeah.
as well as BookTube. So we will put up the announcements for the
Yeah.
sprints a couple of days before the actual sprints.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
And yes, we will go to sleep. We need to just end
Listen,
this
this is
broadcast.
flooring me. I feel like she's told us to go to sleep like 4 times already. And you know what? The thing is, she's right. We
She's
must go
right.
to sleep
And Onyx,
because
if
6
you could know,
o'clock.
this is what happens every time we sprint. We
Exactly.
end the sprints and then we stay talking for 2 hours.
Exactly. Exactly. And then in the morning, we are the ones who are sad when these people are up.
True.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Bye,
Good night.
everybody.
Bye.